Right. Okay, guys. Good evening and welcome back. Hope you can hear me properly. Send me a thumbs up. Can you hear me? Those who are in the Zoom. Right. Okay. Right. Okay. Yeah, it's bit dark. The place is another one. So that's why. Right. So now let's start the free seminar. And I told you today we are going to discuss some questions related to company accounts and the cash flow statement. And we have already discussed theory parts and calculations, MCQ related, many more things. I think only for the standards, more than 20 recordings are there because we targeted the first papers and everything. And in here my mainly target is to discuss the some questions related to company accounts and some cash flow. We did more, but today will be the last time we are discussing the questions. Apart from the question papers, we are discussing some questions in the model papers and the other thing, but from next day onwards we are going to move to the our management accounting parts fully. Send me a thumbs up. Hope it's clear to you, right? So then we can target the management accounting from here in onwards, right? And I have uploaded the now in I have given you the tutorial, right? So you can see I have given you the tutorial. Uh, just this. So I gave you the seminar tute. This is also things same to the class tute, right? So things included in the class tutorial has included in here, right? So the questions are here in our class tute. I have included apart from the first papers, there are nearly 30 company accounts questions, right? So now these things are also included in the class tutorial, so you don't need to take a printout. Those who are in the class, right? So you can already have these things already included in the class tutorial. And cash flow is all the same, but the newcomers and the others, I have included it as a free seminar tute, right? So company accounts and the cash flow statement. I think nearly you are having more than I in here 16 si- 17, right? 17 questions. So included in the cash flow statement, basically only 2 3 main questions, which means second paper related questions. Others are first paper related questions. All right. Send me a thumbs up. Hope it's clear to you, right? Then yeah, in addition to that, I have given you the structure, our Sigma structure, right? So structure of the company accounts, because I'll tell you for the one time the structure again. But in here we don't need. We can't waste the time to draw the structures because we need to discuss many questions. That's why, because of that, I have given you the structure of the company accounts, right? You can see in here, right? So anyhow, let me show you. Yeah, this one you can see. So this is the company account structures I have given to you, right? All right. Now let's start. Few things to highlight. Let's do till uh, tomorrow morning, like around 4 5 a.m. And one thing to highlight now, when it comes to the paper discussion, I need the active participation. Again, send me a thumbs up. Don't sleep. I know, yeah, you guys will sleep by the time around like 1 a.m. to a.m., right? So I need the support because I'm also having some sacrification, but I need the support from you as well, right? If you have any doubt, you can unmute and ask those who are in the Zoom, right? And those, I think there's YouTube live as well, you can see. So if there's a question, you can send it to the chat box as well, right? And one thing to highlight now, when it comes to the examination, in our examination, uh, like second paper company accounts question is compulsory. The thing is, nowadays, you can target like nearly 30 to 40 minutes for the company accounts, but it's very competitive. Like time is limited, and there are big questions and big adjustments. It takes some time. What I suggest, do the company accounts at the end. First, finish all other questions in the second paper. So first paper it's compulsory, and second paper also compulsory. I mean, like first paper you can do because those are MCQs and the short answers. But when it comes second paper, what I suggest, do the company accounts question at the end. Like then you can finish all other questions, like, and then you can come to the company accounts at the end. But it depends. If you sometimes you might think there will be some stress, so it's too hard to do the company accounts at the end, because when the time ends, you are having some bit of stress, so then your concentration will be low. That's why, uh, if you think like this, you can take the company accounts question at the beginning. But uh, what I suggest, because then you can do all other questions first, and after that you can do the company accounts question. All right, send me a thumbs up. Hope it's clear to you, right? All right, so this is the format I have given to you, right? I ask you to take some printouts, right? If you don't have the printouts, uh, like you better draw the things. So I kept some space: revenue minus cost of sales in the gross profit plus other income. So other income, normally we keep the note number one. So but in questions, it though, like sometimes the note numbers are different, because but uh, like we can't keep the notes at the end. අපිට අන්තිමට notes බල බල දාන්න බෑ, because it takes some time නේ. There are different customized notes for different questions in the examination also, but we don't know what will come. ඉතින් අපිට ස්ට්‍රක්චර් ගණන් ඔක්කොම කියවලා ස්ට්‍රක්චර් එක අන්තිමට ගහන්න බෑ. ඒක නිසා what I suggest, you better draw the common structure whatever it comes. Sometimes the notes, there will be no any information, but keep the same format. All right, send me a thumbs up. I'll give some intervals, right? Two, 3 intervals. You. So let's see. Revenue minus cost of sales, gross profit plus other income. So expenses, then the profit before tax. So profit before tax, it is the note number 2. Then the income tax, note number 3. Profit for the year plus other comprehensive income. Then the total comprehensive income. Then the SFP, in the structure I kept space to write, because different questions they are having different names, right? Then statement of changes in equity. Normally draw like stated capital, then keep two lines maximum. In addition to stated capital and the retained earnings, there will be what revaluation reserved and the general reserve. Those are the only things it comes. We don't know what will come. Sometimes no any general reserve can be, but revaluation reserve also, normally there will be revaluation reserve column, right? Stated capital, revaluation reserve, general reserve, retained earnings, total. When you are drawing the structure, keep these blank. If it is come, you can write. Then SOFP, first one is non-current assets, PPE. It is the note number 4. Right use asset, note number 5. Then under current assets, we keep the first line for the closing stock. Then trade receivables, right? We take the trade receivables. So it's note number 6. Then cash and cash equivalents, note number 7. Then total equity, we write the statement of changes in equity balances. Liability, non-current liability, current liability. In current liability, the note number 8 is the trade payables, right? So then we write the number 1, other income. Uh, Now note number 2 is profit before tax. So we need to write some expenses in the, like, expenses considered, calculating the profit before tax. You can write some director fee, audit fee, like some stocks written off. Then EPF, ETF. Likewise, we write some list things prescribed in the standard expenses we write in here. Then next one is the income tax adjustment. Then the note number 4 is the PPE, property, plant and equipment, right? So normally like keep 4 5, then the total maximum there can be 4 5. Like you better keep 4. For the cost, BBF, purchases, revaluation, the depreciation, adjustment on revaluation, disposal, then the closing balance, right? Then accumulated depreciation, BB, depreciation for the year, adjusted depreciation on revaluation, disposal, uh, and revaluation, this depreciation relevant for the disposal. Then the closing balance, then the net value, cost minus accumulated depreciation, then the net value, right? Then right use asset, trade receivables, cash and cash equivalent, and the trade payables. Then keep some space for the other notes. There can be other notes. Then the working number one, cost of sale. It's not a note. It's not a note. It's just a working cost of sales, right? Sometimes in the examination they are giving the cost of sales, but there can be some adjustments. You need to concern those things. Then the expense list. Distribution, administration, other and finance. These are the expense list we take. So then you can keep the first line for the BBF, then keep other lines for the things included in the question. All right, send me a thumbs up. We can start the question, right? Shall we start the question? All good, right? Okay, so let's go with question number 1, right? All right, so I can use like this. Okay, so let's go with the question number 1 in tutorial. You can see, right? Let's start our question. In this is you can see, right? See the tutorial, right? Free seminar, right? So right, you can see question number 1. Let's start with question number 1. Let's start with question number 1, right? Northern PLC. Class students, you can see it's also in question number, I can't remember, 9, 10 or 11. Can you send it to the chat box? This is the Northern PLC, right? ඒක පස්සේ කරමු, right? මේ order එකට මෙයා no change, right? Northern PLC, all right? පේනවනේ චුට්ටක් මදිනේ පේනවා, right? Okay, all right. Can you see the screen? Send me a thumbs up. All good? අවුලක් නැහැ නේද? ටේප් එකේ පේනව නේද? Let me just adjust it. පේන්නේ නැත්තම් කියන්න adjustment එකක් කරේ මොනවද? Right, okay. The summarized trial balance of Northern PLC as of 31st of March 2025 is as follows, right? You can see the trial balance. Description, carrying value of PPE, sales, carrying value of right to use assets, then beginning date, right? Trade receivables, allowance for impairment of doubtful debt, then provision for litigation or the compensation. Likewise, these are the things. Additional information you can see before preparing the financial statements for the year ended 31st of March 2025, the following adjustment need to be made. These are the adjustments. I'm not going to read the things, right? You can see, first of all, when you take this kind of question, just go and see whether the requirements have been changed. Don't start at once, because sometimes in the examination this year, they might change the requirements, but normally no, right? But we don't know. First go and see. You can see required in accordance with LKS 1, presentation of financial statements. Prepare the following financial statements for Northern PLC for publication, including notes. These are the things, P&L and other comprehensive income. Then the statement of financial position and the changes in equity. All right, let's start. Take the format, right, and start. This is Northern PLC, right? You can write Northern PLC, right? I'll start in here. You can write this is Northern PLC, right? Is thousands, rounding off to thousands. All right. Then right. Just wait. I'll check with the icon. Yeah. Then so for the year ended, you can see it's for the year ended when 31st of March 2025, right? Yes, 31st of March 2025 for the year ended 31st of March 2025. Northern PLC for the year ended 31st of March 2025, I guess. Yes, 31st of March 2025, right? Okay, let's go with that. 31st of March 2025, the same. Then this is question number 1. Can you tell me what is the question of the free seminar tute? Free seminar in a normal class tute. What is the question number? Can anyone tell me? Yes, normal class tute. What is the question number? Anyone? Gagesh? Yes, Sitma. Question is there Northern PLC. නැද්ද? පොඩ පල්ලට ගිහලා බලන්න. It's in the normal class tute? No? No, it's in the part 11. The thing I have uploaded today. I මං අද group එකට message එකක් දැම්මේ. I have uploaded tutorial today. You can see it's question number 8 in part 11. මං අද දැම්මා. Part 11 එකේ පළවෙනි එක. Right? Question number 8. Class tute එකේ question number 8. Right? Class tutorial. It's question number 8. Right? Okay, so let's take it. Let's write in the other things as well. So I'll take it to here, Northern PLC. Rounding off to thousands. All right. Then you can write it under here, Northern PLC. Rounding off to thousands. Right. Then notes also rounding off to thousands. Right. So you can see right. Notes also rounding off to thousands. සමහරට ඔයගලන්ට එක්සෑම් එකේ මිලියන්ස් වලින් දෙන්නත් පුළුවන් තාම දීලා නැහැ. right ඒක නිසා මොකෙන් ආවත් පුළුවන් වෙන්න ඕනේ. Workings also rounding off to thousands. ඒ ටික ඔයාලට තේරෙනවනේ අවුලක් නැහැ. දාන්න බාන්න thumbs up එකක්. shape නේ. right. Okay, let's start. Right. So let's come with the adjustment number 1. Let's come with the note number 1 in here. Right. Note number 1. Right. Let's start with note number 1. All right. So let's see. Right. As of 31st of March 2025, the inventory considered the 3 products PQR. Their cost and net realizable value were as follows. These are the cost and the net realizable value. You can see there are 3 PQR. These are the totals in here. Right. Okay. It is the company's policy to value inventory based on item by item method, choosing the low of cost or the net realizable value of each product. However, the inventory value included in the trial balance of 31 was included by comparing the total cost of these three products with their total net realizable value. Accordingly, the cost of the inventory has been written down by rupees 200,000, and this has been included in the other expenses. Right. Now, item by item method, it is the policy of the business to use, choosing the low of the cost or the net realizable value of each product, because they are having three products as PQR. All right, send me a thumbs up. Hope you can hear me. I need your support. Right, you can see they are having three products as 3 PQR. Right, but what they have done, you can see inventory was included in trial balance was calculated by comparing the total cost of these three products with the total of net realizable value. So written down 200,000. You can see what they have done, just cost considered and net realizable value considered, because and they have written cost, total cost is 6,700, net realizable value is 6,500. So they have considered the cost and the net realizable value. They have written off how much? 200,000. It's a matter, right? Now we need to select the low of the cost or the net realizable value. You can see in here, right? When we take about this one, right? You can see, right? Okay. Let's see. In here, the lower is what? Lower is in here, the first one, P. Lower is the cost, right? Second one, lower is what? Net realizable value, right? Net realizable value. What is the lower of the third one? That is also net realizable value. Right? That is the net realizable value. Now we can see the closing inventory by taking the total in these three. You can see the total. Now cost is the same. Cost is same. That is 6,700. That is correct. 6,700. Right? That is the cost. Now let's take the low of the cost or the net realizable value. The closing inventory in the SOFP. Closing in SOFP. This cost goes to the P&L, right? Right? So 2,500 plus 2,200 plus 1,100. Can you tell me? 2,500 plus 2,200 plus 1,100. You can see that is 5,800. 5,800. 2,200 plus 2,500 plus 2,200 plus 1,100. You can see 5,800. Right. Send me a thumbs up. All right. Can you hear me? Right. So you can see 5,800 minus 6,700, how much? That is 900. 900. 900. Right? 900. Now you can see cost is now the cost goes to the P&L. There is no any matter in the cost. Cost එක හරියට ඒගොල්ලෝ රෙකෝඩ් කරලා තියෙනවා. දැන් ප්‍රශ්නේ තියෙන්නේ SOFP එකට යන එක. ඒගොල්ලෝ බලන්න ට්‍රයල් බැලන්ස් එකේ ක්ලෝසින් ස්ටොක් කියලා මොන හරි දාලා තියෙනවද කියලා. නෑ නේද? තියෙනවා. චෙක් with ඉන්වෙන්ටරි තියෙනවා මේ තියෙන්නේ. ඉන්වෙන්ටරි එක කියලා තියෙනවා මෙතන. ගොඩක් උඩට පල්ලෙහාට යද්දි චුට්ටක් අමාරුයි. වෙලී හිතන්න එපා. right? Okay. So මෙතන ඉන්වෙන්ටරි කියලා දෙනවා 5,800 මේදී 5,800 ඉන්වෙන්ටරි කියලා තියෙනවා. You can see 5,000 6,500 sorry ඉන්වෙන්ටරි කියලා තියෙනවා 6,500. ඒ කියන්නේ 6,500 කියන්නේ closing inventory ඒගොල්ලෝ අරන් තියෙන net realizable value එකේ විදිහට. Just only the net realizable value they have taken the closing inventory එක. වැරදි. Net realizable value එක විතරක් ගන්න බෑ. We take low of the cost of the net realizable value. Right? Okay. Now we can see what we need to do. What they have done. First see what they have done. මේක හරියටම cost එක P&L එකේ තියෙනවා. That's okay. Under closing stock they are having. But under SOFP they have still they haven't prepared. Cost of sales එක ඇතුළේ තියෙනවා කියන්නේ හරිනේ. P&L එකට යනවනේ හරිය. Right? You can see we can't include 6,500. We need to include how much? 5,800 in the SOFP. Okay, go to the SOFP current assets and write 5,800. Go to the SOFP current assets and write 5,800. SOFP current assets, you can write 5,800, right? Under here, right? SOFP current assets, you can write 5,800 is the closing inventory, right? Closing inventory, you can write closing inventory 5,800, 5,008, right? We take log of the cost of the net realizable value. Okay. Now let's go to the other one. පොඩි කේස් එකක් තියෙනවා මේකට. ප්‍රබල්ලයට යන එක තමයි අවුල. right? ඊළඟ සැරේ එමුණොත් අපි ඊළඟ ගානේ ගහමු. ටක් ගාලා ෆෝමැට් එක. ටිකක් ගහලා ඊට පස්සේ අපිට ඒක ගන්න පුළුවන්. දාන්න බාන්න thumbs up එකක් අර මේක පොඩ්ඩක් මේ අපේ චුට්ටක් මේක මේ OPS එක නැතුව දැන් අපි normal institute එක ගන්න කියන OPS එක තියෙනවනේ. මේකේ OPS එක නෑ ඉතින්. හරිද? එන OPS කියලා තියෙනවා white board එකෙන් අපිට ටක් ගාලා මාරු වෙන්න දැකලා තියෙනවා නේද? ඒ Windows වගේ තියෙන්නේ. ඒක නෑ. First, let's take the balances. We didn't take the balances still, right? Yeah. We need to take the balances, right? Let's take the balances first, right? ගන්න බාන්න balances ටික, right? First take the balances, right? Go and take the balances. ගානේ බලන්න මං ගාන පෙන්වන්න නැතුව තිබ්බොත් අවුලක් නැහැ. ඔයගලන්ට ගාන තියෙනවනේ දාන්න බාන්න thumbs up එක. ගාන තියෙනවා අවුලක් නැහැ නේ ඔයගොල්ලෝ. PDF එක තියෙනවනේ open කරගන්න පුළුවන්. Can you hear me? Send me a thumbs up. පේනවනේ අවුලක් නැතුව. Right? Right. Just wait. Right. Let's see. Just wait. Save it. Right. Minita. Right. එතකන් try the other one. Shut down. විනාඩියක් දෙන්න. දාන්න බාන්න thumbs up එක. විනාඩියක් දෙන්න. restart පාරක් දාන්න. හරි බුණා. Right. Let's start. Right. Sorry, yeah. Right. So let's see now. In here, you can see they have included a wrong value. Now we have written now. They have included the correct value in the P and L. So now we need to go to the SFP, right? So let's go to the SFP. Right. අපි SFP එකේ දාන්න ඕනේ as current assets. You can see we need to write 6,700, right? The low of the cost or the net realizable value, right? So 6,700 we have taken, right? Right, one PDF දෙකම open කරගන්න. Right. Okay. So this is the 6,700. Okay. So we need to write the closing inventory 5,800, right? Okay. Go and write 5,800 in the SFP under uh, SFP 5,800. You can write under here. I'm going to write under SFP 5,800. Right. දාලා තියෙන්නේ. දැන් පොඩි ප්‍රශ්නයක් තියෙනවා මේ stocks written off එක. Stock written off එක 200ක් කලින් දීලා තියෙනවා. You can see under expenses they have written stocks written off 5,000 to 200 in here. Why? They have already recorded the 200. But you know the actual is, you can see in here it's they says the stocks written off 200, it's already included in here. Right? ඒගොල්ලෝ දාලා තියෙනවා stocks written off කියලා කීයක්ද ළම 200 දාලා තියෙනවලු. ඒක වැරදි. දාන්න බන්න thumbs up එකක්. Right? Right? Okay. ඒක වැරදි. ඇයි? totally 200 නෙමෙයි කීයක් දෙන්න ඕනේ? 900 දෙන්න ඕනේ. ඒ කියන්නේ තව 700 මදි. Send me a thumbs up. There is a 700 we need to further include it, right? So before going to that, what I'm මේ නෑ මේ ඉන්ස්ටිටියුට් එකේ නෙමෙයි මං ඉන්නේ ඒකයි. මං ගෙදරක ඉන්නේ අපේ සිංහල මිස්ලයි ගෙදර ආවා. අද එහි ඉන්නේ මේ ඉද මොකද ඒකේ දාන්න ඒකේ අද නැති නිසා කවුරුත්. Right? Okay. So මුලින්ම අපි දාමු expense එක distribution expenses how much? Distribution you can see 4,600. Administration 7,250, right? I'm good, right? Distribution 4,600. Distribution expenses you can see 4,600, right? Balance, the balance up to now. Admin expenses how much? Distribution we have included 4,600. Admin balance 7,250. 7,250. Then you can see other expenses and the finance expenses. Finance expenses 460, other expenses 800, right? Finance expenses 460, other expenses 800. For 500 finance expenses 480, sorry, 500 expenses 480, and you can see 460, right? Yeah, sorry, 460, and other expenses you can see other expenses it's 800, right? Yeah, 460 and 800. So the balances have been included properly. Send me a thumbs up. The may other expense actually 200 තියෙනවා. But the correct one is how much? Correct one is 700, 900. We need to further include stocks written off how much? 200. Sorry, we need to further include 700 as the stocks written off, because totally stocks written off 900. 200 already under here, so we need to further include 700 as stocks written off. Stocks written off. Send me a thumbs up. First adjustments done. Right? For the velaවක් ගියා ප්‍රශ්නේ. I'll repeat it again. So there are three types of inventory. PQR, right? Send me a thumbs up. I'll repeat it again. Inventory තුනක් තියෙනවා, right? PQR කියලා. So we take low of the every time P&L we take the cost. ඒක අවුලක් නෑනේ. But in SFP we take low of the cost of the net realizable value, right? ඉතින් අපි low එක ගන්න නැතුව ඒගොල්ලෝ මොකද කරේ? in net realizable value එක විතරක් කරන් තියෙනවා. හරිද? ඒතොර ඒක වැරදිනේ. ඒක කොහොමද SFP එක හදලා නෑ, cost of sales විතරනේ calculate කරන්නේ. Now stocks written off කියලා දාලා තිනවා 200, right? So what we have done, totally there should be 900, because when we take the low of the cost of the net realizable value, so that's why in here to take further we need to further include 700 to take it the 900. That is how it comes, right? Okay, so first adjustment done, right? So you can see the SFP එකට යන ගාන 5800, right? Okay, let's take the second adjustment. It was revealed that fraud involving a misappropriation of 80,000 by a cashier had taken place as of 31st of March 2025. This was discovered on 20th May 2025, and the board of directors approved the financial statements on 30th June 2025, right? Okay, there what has happened, you can see there is a fraud. There was a fraud, right? Misappropriation of 80,000 by cashier. Cashier has taken it March 31st. Send me a thumbs up. That is the fraud in here. All right. I need the thumbs ups. Can you hear me? Don't sleep. Huh? All good? Then right. Okay. Then මේක discover කරගෙන තියෙන්නේ කවද්ද? මෙදා. Right? කවද්ද මේක approve කරලා තියෙන directorsලා approve කරලා තියෙන්නේ කවද්ද? You can see directors has approved the thing. How much? When? That is 30th June, right? 30th June තමයි approve කරලා තියෙන්නේ. Send me a thumbs up. All right. Okay, now you can see whether we included it or not. අපි මොකද කරන්නේ? ඒක adjust කරනවද නැද්ද? 80,000 fraud එක. මොකද කියන්නේ? Yes. Yes. මේක වෙලා තියෙන්නේ discover කරගෙන තියෙන accounting period එකට පස්සේ. Right? I need the thumbs ups. 1 minute පොඩ්ඩක්. case එක අවුල ආයි ගියොත් එහෙම සම්පූර්ණයෙන් ඔක්කොම ටික යනවා. බැලුවේ විනාඩියක් දෙන්න. අපි save කරගෙන right. Minute. All right. Okay. Can you hear me? Send me a thumbs up. All good? Sorry. Right. Okay. Now, right. अरे बोलो ना मैं गई कभी ना right. Okay. So now just go and see how much is the cash and cash equivalent balance. දැන් අපි ගිහිල්ලා බලමු SFP එකේ තියෙන cash and cash equivalent balance එක කීයද කියලා බලන්න. You can see in SFP cash and cash equivalent balance how much? 7,000 7,270, right? Yes, 7,270. That is the cash and cash equivalent balance. දැන් මෙතන පොඩි ප්‍රශ්නයක් තියෙනවා මේ ගානේ මේක මේ this is the event after reporting period, right? We adjust it. The board of director approved the statement 30th June. We discovered it May 20th, right? Send me a thumbs up, right? So it's on May 20th, right? May 30th, May 30th. Now we need to made a expense, right? We need to made expense. So that is the thing. Let's go and write under cash and cash. දැන් මෙතන පොඩි ප්‍රශ්නයක් තියෙනවා මේක කියලා නැහැ අර cash and cash equivalent balance එකේ ඒක තියෙනවද නැද්ද කියලා physical account balance එකක් තියෙන්නේ ඒවා තියෙන්න ඕනේ මේක මම මේ ගත්තේ provincial paper එකකින් දාන්න බාන්න thumbs up එකක් ළම මේක දැන් කියලා නැහැ මොකද අනිවාර්යෙන් after මොකද අපි discover කරගෙන තියෙන event after reporting period එකෙන් I need the thumbs ups faster, right? Okay, right? So what is the thing? P and L we need to record as a expense, cash and cash equivalent. We need to remove it, right? But the thing is, normally we take the closing balance physically count, but let's keep it. Let's keep it. මොකද මේක පොඩක් අපි හදමු. අන්තිමට ගමුවා. අන්තිමට ගමු. දාන්න බාන්න thumbs up එකක් ගානේ චූටි එක අවුලක් තියෙන නිසා. Right, okay. Let's go to the PPE table. This is the PPE table. The details regarding property, plant and equipment as at 31st of March 2025 are shown below. Cost is 96,000. Carrying amount 78,800. Go and see in here cost and the carrying whether it's what is included in this SFP. You can see carrying value of property, plant and equipment 78,800. Now remember they have given the cost and the carrying amount, right? Cost and the carrying value they have given, right? Cost in here and the carrying value in here. Okay, now what I'm going to do, I'm going to take the PP table in here in our question. Let's quickly go to the PP table, right? Let's quickly go to the PP table in here, right? Let's quickly go to the PP table in here, right? This is the PP table. මෙහෙම තිබ්බොත් පේනවනේ අවුලක් නැහැනේ දාන්න බාන්න thumbs up එකක් පොඩි වැඩිද සුරයි වගේද පේන්නේ නැහැනේ shape නේ right okay තා චුට්ටක් ඩාර්ක් කරන්නම් ඩාර්ක් වුණාට අවුලක් වෙන්න එපා ඔයාලට පේනවනම් එච්චරයි send me a thumbs up all good right right okay so let's see what are the PP available in there You can see in our PP there are land, building and the office equipment. Okay, all right. Land, building and the office equipment, right? Land, building and the office equipment. Office equipment, right? Land, building and the office equipment. These are the PP available in here, right? Okay. So let's see the balances in here. Let's see the things, what are the things they have given to you. So, right, these the equipment as of 31st of March 2000. These are the closing balance, right? Right, closing balances 40,000, 48,000 and the 8,000 are there. Right, the අපිට කියන්න බෑ මේ opening balances නෙමෙයි, these are the closing balances. එතකොට අපිට ගන්න බෑ මේ opening balances විදියට. Right, මොකද මේ closing balance නේ. දැන් මේක carrying value එක land එකේ දැන් depreciation is not given. They have directly given the carrying amount, right? Which means cost minus the accumulated depreciation, right? Every time the carrying amount should be lesser than cost. Why? Sometimes it is equal. Why? Because land, there is no any depreciation. That's why the carrying amount lesser. Now, if in here you can see cost is 48, then carrying amount is 32, then you can get to know there's a depreciation of how much in here? 48 minus 32, which means 16,000 depreciation included in here. Send me a thumbs up. You can see the difference in here is the depreciation. Why? Cost minus accumulated depreciation is the carrying amount. I need the thumbs up faster. Don't sleep. Chuttak came now, then I'll be back on track. Send me a thumbs up. All right. Cost minus accumulated depreciation is the carrying amount. Thumbs up, thumbs up. Don't sleep. Right. So then 8,000 minus 6.8. You can see there is a 1,200. 1.2 1,200 thousand. So right there, that is the depreciation in here. Okay, on 1st of April 2004, this land was revaluated for the second time. Land was revaluated for the second time at the beginning date, right? Remember, this was revaluated for the second time at the beginning of the date, and resulting a surplus debited to the land account and credited to the suspense account. The revaluation reserve currently shown in the trial balance represents the surplus obtaining from the revaluation carried out 2 years ago. No purchases of disposal of land took place during the year. A good adjustment. Let's see what has happened. Now, at the beginning of the accounting period, we have revaluated the land. So, this is not the beginning value, because beginning value means last year closing balance, right? So, we need to find how much was the last year closing balance, right? The resulting a surplus debited to the land account and credited to the suspense account. What they have done, the surplus has credited to the suspense account. Let's go and see. Is there any suspense account in here? You can see credited to the suspense account means because of revaluating land, there was a surplus of 400. Send me a thumbs. There was a surplus of 400 at the beginning of the date. I need the thumbs ups. එක මොකද කරලා තියෙන්නේ land account එක debit කළා suspense account එක credit කළා. It's wrong. You know, when we revaluate, there's a surplus, relevant asset debit, and the reserved account credit, it goes to the other comprehensive income. I need the thumbs ups. Can you hear me? All right. Can you hear me? Right. So that is the matter in here. So what we need to do, that is the surplus, right? Okay. Now what we need to do, let's go and find, right? Let's go and write. So because of land, there is a revaluation surplus 400. There's a surplus of revaluation 400. I'll write it in here. As well as, you know, you need to go and write it under other comprehensive income, right? Go and write it under other comprehensive income. So there was a land revaluation surplus 400. You can write land revaluation surplus. How much? 400. Land revaluation surplus. Land revaluations plus. There is a matter, but I forget. Is the second time or first time? The land revaluation surplus first time or second time? Second time, right? Yes. The revaluation reserve currently shown in the trial balance represents surplus amount of revaluation carried out 2 years ago. පළවෙනි පාරත් surplus එකක් තිබිලා. වෙලාවට. පළවෙනි පාර deficit එකක් තිබ්බනම් වැරදිනේ. පළවෙනි පාරත් surplus එකක් තිබිලා. අවුලක් නැහැ. right? පළවෙනි පාර deficit එකක් තිබ්බොත් ඔයා දන්නවනේ. දෙවෙනි පාර we need to write it under other income. Without writing other income, we deduct it from the other expense. Send me a thumbs up. Can you remember? Right? So in here there was a surplus, right? Okay. So now we can write without any matter. So land revaluation surplus 100. So we have taken the second time valuation. Right. Now I'm going to right. Again I'm going to go right. Right. Now let's see the next one. Right. දැන් මේ තියෙන අන්තිම දවසට බැලන්ස් එක. අන්තිම දවසට cost එකයි carrying value. Land වල depreciation, right? So then you can have the clear idea how much should be the opening balance. 39,600 by because of revaluation there was a surplus of 400 mean opening balance should be 39,600. 39,600. Opening balance should be 39,600. Send me a thumbs up. That's why the surplus 4,000 comes. You know, when it comes to lands, there is no any depreciation. And the carrying value also the same 4,000. Carrying value also the same 4,000. All right. Okay. Next adjustment. Let's see the next adjustment. The amounts shown in the building represent the cost and carrying value as of 1st of April 2024. මේකේ මේ building වල තියෙන්නේ හැමතිස් මේ carrying amount එක එකයි cost එකයි තියෙන opening date එක. අපිට බය නැතුව දාන්න පුළුවන්. This the opening cost 48,000 is the opening cost. You can write the opening cost is the building 48,000. So we have found how much is the depreciation of the beginning date. You can see the beginning date depreciation, how much that is the accumulated depreciation 16,000. The accumulated depreciation at the beginning is 16,000, right? You can write that is 16,000. EBF 16,000. All right. Send me a thumbs up again. That is 16,000. Right. Then you can see next one. The building was revalued for the first time for 30,000. The building was revalued for the first time 30,000, right? But this has not been recorded in the account, right? Okay, when it was revalued on 1st of April 2024 at the beginning, the remaining useful life of the building is estimated to be 15 years. Remaining of the building of useful lifetime is estimated as 15 years. Now we need to reevaluate at the beginning. So you know when we reevaluate, right, how much we reevaluate for the 30,000, right, at the beginning date. So there it was 30,000. Just see whether are there any purchases or disposal? No, of the building. So purchase or disposal is no of the building. So we have evaluate for the 30,000. Now you can see there's a revaluation loss of 18,000, it's wrong. Why? We need to take the depreciation as well. We need to take the depreciation as well. Now you can see the depreciation of this year, how much? Six. At the beginning, at the time of revaluation, you can see the depreciation is 16,000. So what we need to do, we need to adjust the depreciation of revaluation. We translate, accumulated depreciation debit, relevant asset account credit is also minus 16,000 minus, right? So it comes to here because they are having a separate column for adjustment on revaluation, that is 6. Hope you can remember the secret. When it comes to disposal, we open a new account. When it comes to revaluation, we do the revaluation in the cost account. That's why we take the accumulated depreciation to the cost. So accumulated depreciation we transferring means accumulated depreciation debit means minus relevant asset account credit, which means that's why it's minus under here, right? Now we can see whether there is a surplus or deficit. Can you check whether and tell me whether there is a surplus or deficit? We can find it in. So what you need to do, first take the summary of the net impact of this one. 48,000 minus 16,000, how much? 48 minus 16, you can see 32. 32 minus 2 is the 2000, right? 32 minus 2000 is the 2000. So 30,000. 32 minus 2000 is the 2000, which means from the revaluation of building at the beginning of the day, there is a revaluation deficit of 2000. I need the thumbs ups. All good. There's a revaluation deficit of 2000, right? Now, at the time, let's see how much is the depreciation for this adjustment, right? After the revaluation, let's see how much is the depreciation. You can see the cost is 30,000, right? So useful lifetime is 15. How much the depreciation? 30,000 divided by 15. 30,000 divided by 15. You can see 2,000. So depreciation for this year, how much? 2,000. 2,000. So you can write depreciation for this year, how much? That is 2,000. Now you need to go and write this is also 2,000. 30,000 minus 2,000, you can see that is 28,000 is the carrying amount. How much the carrying amount? That is 28,000. Send me a thumbs up. All good. 28,000 is the carrying amount, right? And one thing to highlight, at the same time, we can go and write the depreciation as well as the revaluation deficit, right? Revaluation deficit 2000, as well as you can see depreciation of the building depreciation is 2000, and revaluation deficit there is a 2000. Okay, let's go and write. We can go and write under expense list. Under expense list we can go and write. Under expense list you can go and write. So building depreciation for this year, it is administration expenses. Building revaluation surplus deficit, revaluation deficit 2000 goes to where? That is other expense. Building revaluation deficit goes to other expenses. Are you okay with the adjustment? Send me a thumbs up. Hope all good. Can you hear me? Right? All right. Okay. Let me know if there's any matter. We missed one adjustment as well. Let's take it at the end. Yeah. Okay. Now let's take the depreciation of others. පොඩි අවුලක් තියෙනවා. කොහොමත් ආයේ ඔයගලන්ට මේ සෙමිනාර්ස් තව දෙක තුනක් තියෙනවා. ඒක පොඩ්ඩක් හදාගන්න. මේකේ අර ඔෆිස් එක නෑ ඒකයි පොඩ්ඩක් ප්‍රශ්නේ. මාරු වෙද්දි පොඩි ඩිලේ එකක් එනවා. ටට්ටක් ගාලා let's go one. Okay. Let's take the other adjustment. Take the other adjustment. An item of office equipment purchased on 1st of January 2023 for 40,000, 400,000 was sold on 1st of January 2025 for 300,000. Apart from crediting the cash received to the sales account, no other accounting entry has been made. Office equipment is depreciated at 10% per annum on straight line basis. No depreciation entry has been recorded in the accounts for office equipment in the current year. Now you can what we have done, we have disposed one thing on when 1st of January 2025. You know the accounting period begins on 1st of April 2024, ends on 31st of March 2025, right? So now that is the only thing happened. ඒක විතරයි වෙලා තියෙන්නේ. ඒක විතරක් නම් වෙලා තියෙන්නේ. මේක තමයි ඕපනින් දවසේ තිබ්බේ cost එක. මේක තමයි ඕපනින් දවසේ තිබ්බ depreciation, accumulated depreciation. Send me a thumbs up. අරක විතරනේ වෙලා තියෙන්නේ. revaluation වෙලා නැහැ. එතකොට මේක closing date එකට දීලා තියෙනවා. හැබැයි මේවා මොකුත් record වෙලා නැහැ කියලානේ තියෙන්නේ. මේක එතන මොකද්ද record කරලා තියෙන්නේ? Only the cash receipt what we have done. No any disposal recorded. We have disposed it. We received 300,000. Received 300,000. We have debited to the cash control. Apart from crediting the cash received to sales account, no any other entry has been made. Cash account debit කළත් නෑ. Sales account එක නිකන් credit කළා විතරයි තියෙන්නේ. කියන්නේ දැන් disposal එකත් record කළා නෑ. Right? Depreciation උත් අයින් කළා නෑ. මුකුත් කළා නෑ. මේ අවුරුදු depreciation උත් record කළා නෑ. You can see no depreciation has been made. Only the cash received from the disposal we have credited to the sales account. Send me all good. That is the only thing we have done. How much we received from sales? 300,000, right? Again, sales account එකේ balance එක වැරදි. Now you can go to the SFP and find sales account එකේ balance එක කීයද කියලා. You can see sales is 100,750 නේද? I need the thumbs ups. Sales account එකේ 100,750. Right? Can you hear me? Send me a thumbs up. How many sales account balance? 100,750. Right? දැන් මේකේ ක්‍රෙඩිට් පැත්තේ තියෙනවා අර අපි ඩිස්පෝස් කළා කීයක්ද හම්බුනේ 300. වැරදි. මේ බැලන්ස් එකෙන් අපි 300 අයින් කරනවා. පස්සේ දාද්දි දාමු. Sales account balance comes under credit. This is wrong, so we need to remove it. This is a good question. That's why I have taken it provincial paper. Right? Okay. So right. Now let's record. Now the opening balances are the same, right? Yes. Right. So office equipment 80,000 is the cost and the accumulated depreciation 1,200, right? 8,000 is the cost. Accumulated depreciation 1,200, right? So now what we have done, we have disposed. How much the cost of the disposed one? Can you tell me how much the cost of the disposed one? Yes. We have purchased it for 400,000, right? We have purchased it for 400,000. So we need to credit it. So I'll draw the disposal account. Disposal account. We credit the cost account and we debit the disposal account. So first of all, we need to remove it from the cost account, right? Disposal I'm going to remove 400 in here, right? Now we need to calculate the depreciation of disposed one. Disposed one එකේ depreciation එක අපි හොයන්න ඕනේ කීයද කියලා. Right? We depreciated 10% per annum on straight line basis. We have purchased it on 1st of January 2023. Now we are in our accounting period ends on when? 31st of March 2025. Right? This was purchased on 22-23 accounting period. 22-23 accounting period. Then 23-24. This is 24-25 accounting period. We are in here. Right? මේක ගත්තේ මේ අවුරුද්දේ. මේ අවුරුද්දේ කියන්නේ 22-23 accounting period එකේ accounting period එක ඉවර වෙන්න මාස 3කට කලින් තමයි අරන් තියෙන්නේ. දාන්න බාන්න thumbs up. All right. 23 1st of January 2023. ඒකේ මාස 3යි. 3 months. මේකේ 1 year අවුරුද්දයි. This was sold on 1st of January 2025. කියන්නේ April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December. Right? January ගන්නෙ නෑනේ. මාස 9යි. දාන්න බාන්න thumbs up. මේ අවුරුද්දේ මාස 9ක් තියලා අයින් කරන්න. I need the thumbs ups. All right? මාස 9යි මේ අවුරුද්දෙන් ගන්න. Right? Only for 9 months. Why? April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December. January ne. මේකේ we purchased on 1st of January 2023. So January, February, March, 3 months. So totally you can see 1 year and 9 months into 3 means 2 years වගේ depreciation කරානම්. Right? So 400,000 is the cost. 10% into 2 years. How much? So you know per year it's 40. Right? For 2 years it's, you know, the depreciation is 80 only for this one. So you can see now we need to take the depreciation. We credit this, we remove this depreciation 80 from here and we debit to the disposal account. Sorry, we credit to the disposal account. Right? We take it to the disposal account. Accumulated depreciation debit, disposal credit. Right? And we sold it for how much? We sold it for 300,000, right? Cash control debit. Right? Apart from crediting the cash received to sales account. අපි කියන්නේ මේ cash control debit කරලා තියෙන්නේ නේද? Apart from crediting to cash received to sales account කියලා තියෙන්නේ. Sales account එකේ තියෙනවා debit entry cash account එකේ තියෙනවද නැද්ද කියලා තමයි එතන පොඩ්ඩක් හරියට. Apart from crediting the cash received to the sales account, no any other entry. ඉතින් cash account credit වෙනවා කියන්නේ අනිවාර්යයෙන්ම cash sales account එක credit වෙනවා කියන්නේ cash account. නැත්තම් trial balance එක tally වෙන්නේ නැහැ. There should be a suspense. Send me a thumbs up. There was a suspense. Suspense means only for the revaluation thing. Other than that, there is no any other suspense. I need the thumbs ups. තේරුණා? We made only the credit entry. If there is no any debit entry means trial balance is not tallying. Right? So the suspense account created. Right? But there is no any information like that. Right? So, right. Now we can see whether there is a disposal surplus or gain. So 400, 400. 20 එනවා credit පැත්තට. 20 credit means it goes to the P&L debit side, right? It goes to P&L debit side. What is this? This is a loss on disposal. Loss on disposal of its equipment. එක දාන්න ඕනේ other expense වල. This is not a surplus. Send me a thumbs up. This is a loss, right? Not a surplus. right. මොනවා හරි කන්න නැත්තම් නිදිමත එයි. කන්න කියන්නේ ගොඩාක් කන්න ටිකක් හරි බොන්න. Otherwise you might sleep, right? Okay. Okay. Let's take now we take it to the other expenses. Now, in addition to that, we need to find the depreciation for this year. දැන් බලන්න අපේ මේ අවුරුද්දට කොච්චර ඩිප්‍රිසියේට් වෙනවද කියලා මේකේ. මේ අවුරුද්දේ ඩිප්‍රිසියේෂන් හොයන්නත් එපා. මේ අවුරුද්දේ මාස 9ක් තියලා තමයි අයින් වෙන්නේ. Remember. මේ අවුරුද්දේ මාස 9ක් තියලා තමයි මේක අපි අයින් කරන්නේ. We remove it after while keeping 9 months, right? So 400 into 10% into 9 months. 9න් වැඩි කරොත් අවුරුදු 9ක් වෙනවා. Right? Let's see. 40 multiply by 9 divide by 12. 30. මේ අවුරුද්දේ depreciation 30. ඒකත් එන්න ඕනේ මේ අවුරුද්ද. මේ අවුරුද්දේ depreciation 30. Right? මේ අවුරුද්දේ depreciation 30. Now we need to find depreciation for non-disposal one. We had how much of things? We had 8,000 worth of office equipment. You need to ignore 400. So how much? 7,600. 7,600 into 10% means 760 plus 30. 790 is the depreciation for this year. Send me a thumbs up. Depreciation for this year 790. Depreciation for this year how much? 790. I need the thumbs ups. Depreciation for this year, that is how much? 790. Right? Then you can find how much is the, this is 7,006. So 1,200 plus 790 minus 80, you can see 1,910 plus 7,000 minus 7,600, you get 5,690. 5,690. You need to go and write two things. This year depreciation goes to the admin, disposal loss goes to the other. Right? There are two types of things you need to record. This year depreciation 790, disposal loss 20. Right? You can write here. This is office equipment depreciation. Equipment depreciation is the other 79. Office equipment disposal loss, that is the other 20. It's other 20,000. Right? All right. Right. Now let's find the other one. Let's find the other one. Now we need to, before going to the other adjustments, shall we find how much is the net value in here? Help me to find the net value. Help me to find the net value. You can see 39,600, 4,800, 8,000 how much? Can you tell me? 9,600 plus 48,000 plus and 8,000. That is 95,600. 95,600. And this is 1,600. Right? And 1,600. Right? And you can see this is 16,000 minus and 400 minus. Tell me. So how much? 95,600 plus 1600 minus 16,000 minus 400, you will get 80,800, I guess.
So,
Huh?
revaluation, there's a loss of 2000.
Evaluation
Then the
supposed to
net value should be 1600 minus
1,000. I didn't get you.
1600 minus
1,006 minus. Thank you. But thank you then. 77,600.
oh,
Arin? Right. Thank you. 17,200 in here. In here, 2,790. 16,000 minus 80 minus, right? So 17,200 plus 2,790 plus minus 16,000 minus 80. 3,910 I got, right? Minus 77,600, you will get 73,690. Send me a thumb. 600. බාන හොඳ ඇඩ්ජස්ට්මන්ට් ටිකක් තිබ්බා. මොකද සාමාන්‍යයෙන් එන්න පුළුවන්. මං හිතන්නේ මේක I can't remember which province කොහොඳ ගාණක් මේ ළඟදි තිබ්බ එකක්. last year මම හිතන්නේ third term paper එකක්. ඒ disposal තිබ්බා, revaluation as well as there are no any acquiring, right? Only disposal and the revaluation. All the things balance. That's why I have taken. So 73,690, you can write it under SOFP. You can write it under SOFP. Go to the SOFP and write 73,690. 73,600. 73,609. Right. අම්මු ගොඩක් වෙලා ගියා නේද? ටක් ගාලා යන්න ඕනේ. ඉතින් මං අර එහෙම කියලා දෙන්නේ කියදිත් එක්ක තමයි තියෙන්නේ. Right. The leasing one. Right? Right. Shall we take it? On 1st of April 2000, the motor vehicle was acquired on lease agreement. First of all, check whether when we acquired, at the beginning of the period. So this year installment is there. Sorry. Last year, first day we acquired. Send me a thumbs up. Which means this year is the second installment, right? We enter into the lease agreement 1st of April 2023. A motor vehicle was acquired under the lease agreement for a period of 4 years for use of directors obtaining the right of use. Apart from debiting to the annual lease installment of 38,400 to pay the lease installment account, no other entry has been made. The interest for 24, 25 and respectively. Ownership of the asset does not transfer to the company at the end of the lease agreement. Ownership is not transferred, right? Now let's go and see how many things are in the trial balance. What are the things, right? You can see there's a carrying value of the right use asset. How much? That is 18,000. There's a carrying value of the right use asset, 18,000. And check whether is there a lease liability beginning date, lease liability, That is the first how much? This much. And lease installment account is also there. Lease liability is there and the lease installment is there. දැන් මොකක්ද අර කරා කිව්වේ? කරා කළා තියෙන ඩෙබිට් කළා තියෙන lease installment account එක නේද? You can see lease installment account එක තමයි debit කරලා තියෙන්නේ. Annual lease installment is debited to the lease installment, right? 3840, right? බාන්න 3840 කියලා debit ද තියෙන්නේ කියලා trial balance එක. You can see. Yes, right? Now I will go and draw the things under working. Under workings, I'll go and draw, right? ටක් ගාලා මෙතනින්, right? Two accounts, right to use asset and the lease line, right? Carrying value at the beginning, they have given how much? Carrying value, it was given 18,000 on the debit side, right? 18,000. So PBF 18,000 are there. Already purchase කරන අවුරුද්ද ඒවා record කරලා තියෙන්නේ. Send me a thumbs up. Purchase කරන අවුරුද්ද ඒක record කරලා තියෙන්නේ. Can you hear me? Right. You can see the lease liability, right? Beginning date is how much? 9,536. 9,536. Installment එකත් මේකටමනේ දාන්නේ ඔයා දන්නවා. This year installment we are not crediting debiting to another account. මේ account එක credit කළා දැන් මේ this installment කියලා වෙනම account එකක් ගාලා ඒක debit කරා. It's wrong. Now we remove it from there and take it to the lease liability. 3,840. ඒක ගෙවලා තියෙන්නේ අවුලක් නැහැ. Installment 3,800. You know, we credit the this year lease interest. Go and see this year lease interest. How much the interest for this year? This year is how much? 952. 952 lease installment account credit. Lease installment account credit. Right? Interest expense account debit. Under finance we write lease interest 952. Send me a thumbs up. Right? 952. 950. ඒතර මේ අවුරුද්ද ඉන්ට්‍රස්ට් එක ගෙවලා නැද්ද? ගෙවලා තියෙන්නේ නැහැ. මේ අවුරුද්ද ඉන්ස්ටෝල්මන්ට් එක ගෙවලානේ තියෙන්නේ. ඒක ඇතුලේ ඉන්ට්‍රස්ට් එකක් තියෙනවා. Right? Right. Now this is not transfer at the end of the period. Right? So first of all let's see. දැන් ඉන්ස්ටෝල්මන්ට් 4කට තමයි ගෙවන්නේ. transfer වෙන්නේ නැහැ කියන්නේ ඒකෙන් තමයි අපි depreciation කරන්නේ. Next year also we need to pay how much? The same thing. But next year interest is this much. We don't record the next year interest. So you can find the current and non-current. You can find the current and non-current by balancing the lease liability account. 9,536 plus 952, 10,488, 10,488, minus 3,840, 6,648, 9,060, 9,536 plus 952 is much minus 3,840. Arinega danda banda thumbs up. Let's see the current liability and the non-current liability. Current liability and the non-current liability. Yamming in one, idinane. Again the thumbs up. Right? Hope all good. Stepney. Right. මේක ඉවරලම ඉන්ටර්වල් එකක් දෙන්න. දැන් අපි 9:30 පටන් ගත්ත 10:30 11 උත් වෙලා තාම පළවෙනි ගාන අපි පුළුවන් තරම කරමු. ටක් කර එහෙම එත් එක්ක ප්‍රශ්නයක්. right? හරි. Then last next year current liability you can see how much 3,840 minus 900 sorry 464 අඩු කරලා ලබන අවුරුද්ද කීයද ගෙවන්න තියෙන්නේ 3,840 minus 464 3,376 next year 3,376 ඒකෙන් අඩු කරාම 6,648 you can see 3,272 send me a thumbs up right this is the current liability and the non-current 3,272 current liability 3,000 එක හොඳ එකක් නෙමෙයි අත්‍තරම මේ ලබන අවුරුද්දේ ගෙවන්න තියෙන ගාන වැඩි ඒ third year එක නිසා අවුල so you can go and write under expense category sorry under liability non-current liability lease creditor you can write 3,272 and in here current liability lease creditor 3,376 right 3,376 now we can take the note for the this one right to use asset so the value of the right to use asset is how much that is 18,000 right 18,000 was the cost hope you can remember the 18,000 we can find the depreciation for this year minus depreciation 18,000 divided by 4 how much 18,000 divided by 4 4,500 right send me a thumbs up right 4,500 හරි නේද 18,000 නේද sorry දීනේ 18,000 but 18,000 නෙමෙයිනේ මොකද්ද මේ එතන තුනානේ 18,000 තිබේ carrying value එක නේද just go and see right you can see under trial balance just go and see what's in the trial balance
What
it's
is the
there
18,000 part?
just trial balance carrying value එක තියෙන්නේ දාන්න බාන්න thumbs up that is the carrying value not the cost cost minus accumulated depreciation right cost minus accumulated depreciation right of the right used asset right ඒ තියෙන්නේ carrying value එක ඒතර පරිස්සම් යන්න ඒකයි හැම දෙයක්ම හරියටම කියවන්න වෙනවා right okay Then, right? Okay. Now we need to find how much is this year depreciation. How much is the depreciation for this year, right? How much is the depreciation for this year? දැන් ඔයා 18,004 වලින් බෙදුවොත් වැරදි. මේ අවුරුද්දකට පස්සේ. දැන් අවුරුද්දක් depreciate වුණානේ. right? 18,000 ඔයා බෙදන්න ඕනේ 3 වලින්. ඒ අවුරුද්දක් already depreciate වෙලා. එතකොට carrying amount එකට නම් depreciation කරන්නේ I'll depreciate for the remaining useful lifetime. That is 6,000. Send me a thumbs up. Remember, we take because this is the second year. අවුරුදු 4යිනේ depreciate. අර කැලින් වැරිව් එක නම් දීලා තියෙන්නේ. ඔයා exam එකේ හැම තිස්සෙම. You take the remaining year. Right? So 18,000 minus 6,000, how much? That is 12,000. Right? 12,000 is the carrying value of the right use asset. Send me a thumbs up. 12,000 is the carrying value of the right use asset. Right? So then you can write under here, under SFP, under right use asset, that is 12,000. 12,000. Right? That is 12,000. Right? 12,000 is depreciation. You need to go and write where? Distribution expenses 6,000. Distribution expenses you can write. Motor vehicle depreciation. Admin දැම්මත් හරි ඉතින් නේද? ඒ director use එකට වගේ නේ තිබ්බේ. දාන්න බාන්න thumbs up එකක් ඕනේ. admin තමයි දාන්න වෙන්නේ. It for the director's use. Can you hear me? Send me a thumbs up. You need to go and write under admin. Why? It is for the director's usage. So admin, not for the distribution. Admin purposes. Hope it's right. Right. Okay. Now that is also done, right? That third. Hope it's okay. Do the other adjustments. Give me few minutes. Do the other thing. Right. Right. Next adjustment. Do the 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. කරන්න බලන්න. Give me 1 minute. I'll be back. Can you do the next one? Send me a thumbs up. Right. Send me a thumbs up. All good. Okay. Let's see the next one. On 1st of December 2024, the company entered into agreement with the customer to sell the goods and provide maintenance service for first year after the sale. The total contract value is 25,000, of which 600 related to the maintenance service. On 1st of January 2025, all the goods were delivered to the customer and the entire contract price was received at once, recognized as sales, right? Okay. Now we can see contract price is 2,500. How many the contract price? That is 2,500. Out of 2,500, 600 is the maintain, right? So once you deduct 2,500 minus 600, you can see 1,900 is the goods. Send me a thumbs up, right? 1,900 is the goods, right? Right. All goods were delivered to the customer, right? And the entire contract price was received at once and recognized as sales. මුළු එකම අපිට හම්බෙලා තියෙනවා and we identify as sales, right? Now you can see, right, this 2,500. Now first let's go and see, are there any information in the trial balance? Just go and see, are there any information in the trial balance? I think no. So the entire contract price in the sales, can go and see. No any other information in the trial balance. Why? Under sales, we can see there is a contract price and the maintenance service both. දාන්න බලන්න thumbs up එක. තේරුණාද? All good? Let me know if there's any matter. You can send it to the chat box, right? හරි ප්‍රශ්නයක් තියෙනවා නම් chat එකට දාන්න. ඒ පේන. Yes, right. Okay. හරි. දැන් තව මේකේ පොඩි ඔයාලට දේවල් ටිකක් තියෙනවා. Maintenance service for the first year after the sales, right? පටල ගන්න එපා. Maintenance service for the first year after the sales. Then we made the sales on 1st of January, right? We made the sales on 1st of January. දැන් අවුරුද්ද ඉවර වෙන්න තව මාස 3ක් තියෙනවා. The maintenance service එක how much? 600. 600 වලින් මුළු 600ම you might think this is not a total 600 is not unearned income, unearned revenue. Why? Because there is a 3 months for the end of the period. So, right? Right? Out of 12 months, 3 months we can identify as income. Why? Because the maintenance service for the first year after the sale. But 9 months we can identify as sales. Send me a thumbs up. All good. This is totally sales. Let's see. Let's divide this into two. 6,000 into 3 months and 6,000 in 9 months. right? So you only need to find this amount. 600 multiplied by 9 divide by 12, that is 450. 450 is not sales, sorry, right? 450 not comes to sales. It's not a business income because still the time period is not started. I need the thumbs up. All good. This can be included in the sales. It is okay. So what you need to do, you need to remove 450 from the sales. You remove 450 from the sales, right? Why? That entire one included in here. So you need to remove it from the sales. Remove it from the sales. Minus 450, right? And under SOFP, you can write it is an unearned revenue, right? Go and write as SOFP under current liability. That is unearned revenue. Why? It's not relevant for the. You can write the current liability, unearned revenue. Yeah, just also done. LFR is 50. Right. Gross salary paid during the year amounting to 1,840 and are included in the administration expenses. Employee and employee provident fund EPF contribution on gross salary 8% and 12% respectively. The employer trust fund contributing is 3%. No payment or accounting entry has been made for EPF and ETF contribution. The only deduction made for the employee's salary was their respectively EPF contribution. You better go and see whether are there any EPF payable or anything in the travel. I think no, right? Can see no any payable amount, right? Yes. See whether any EPF payable amount under current liability, right? Putmane. Now let's go and find. But the gross salary included, right? It says gross salary included. Gross salary included in this in the trial bill. Gross salary properly included. Now let's find gross salaries. You can see gross salary, that is 1,804, right? Let's see EPF of employee and employer. Employee contribution how much? Employee 8%, worker, employer 12%, right? ETF, it's only the employee. Send me a thumbs up. All good? Can you hear me? Right? Hope it's clear to you. Now you can find 1,814 to 8%. How much? 1,814 to 8%. You can see that is 1,840 That is 147 point, right? 1840, 220.8, 220.8, right? 1840 to 12%, right? Then 1840 into 3%, 55.2, right? Right. How much? That is 50.2, 55.2, 55.2. Send me a thumbs up. All right. Percent and 12%. The matter is in here. With the only deduction made from the employee's salary was their respective EPF contribution. If contribution එක කරා කියනවනේ trial balance එකේ දාන්න බාන්න thumbs up. තේරෙනවද? ඒ කියන්නේ දැන් 100. You can see that is අපි ගත්තොත් මෙහෙම 90,080 ආයි උඩට එමු බලන්න. මං කියන්නම් ඒ පොඩි 1840 divide by 90 multiply by 100. 2000. 2000 වලට 12%. 2000 වලට 8%. දැන් මෙන්න මේක තමයි මට තියෙන ප්‍රශ්නේ. මෙතන gross salary paid during the year amounting to 1840. මේක තියෙන්නේ paid during the year. දාන්න බාන්න thumbs up. ඒ pay කරපු ගාන තමයි මෙතන ගන්න වෙන්නේ. gross salary කියන එක තමයි එතන තියෙන අවුල්. මේ චුට්ටක් කපලා හදාගන්න salaries paid during the year amount. කරා නම් හරි. Send me a thumbs up. Right? Right? Salaries paid කිව්ව නම් හරි. මොකද gross salary නෙවෙයිනේ pay කරන net salary නේ. අන්න එතන ප්‍රශ්නේ තියෙන්නේ. එතකොට අපිට EPF ETF net මේ අතරම මේ gross salary paid කියන්නේ net salary. net salary වෙන්නේ. හරි? දැන් අපි මේක පොඩ්ඩක් අකලා අපි දැන් ආපස්සට ගිහිල්ලා හොයාගත්තා. ඒක තමයි අවුල තියෙන්නේ. salary paid net salary paid කිව්ව නම් හරි. Now you can see we found අපි ආපස්සට එනවා. ඒ කියන්නේ salary pay කරපු ගාන මෙච්චර නම් salary pay කරන්නේ employee EPF කපලා 8% කපලා. ඒතර 100 වලින් 8 අඩු කරාම 92. The 92 is this much. How much is the 100? ඒක උඩට මාරු කළා මේ. That is 2000. Then you can find 2000 into 8% how much? 2000 into 8%, that is 160. 2000 into 12%, 2000 into 12%, 240. 2000 into 3%, You can see that is 60, 60, right? 60. Then you can see total EPF contribution account here. Yes, that is 400. This is 60. Send me a thumbs up. 460. Remember, business expense only these two, huh? Because employee contribution is not business. Remember. Then you can go and write under administration expenses, EPF and ETF employer contribution 240 and 60. Under expenses you can write, under expenses you can write EPF, EPF employee, EPF and ETF expenses, EPF expense and ETF expense you can write under admin 240 and 60. 240 and 60, right? 240 and 60. Unearned revenue, right? Unearned revenue. How much is the unearned revenue? 400 maybe? Unearned revenue be 450. Then you can see, right? EPF payable and ETF payable. EPF payable totally 400 they gollangema country. ETF payable, how much? That is 60. එකත් හරි. දාන්න බන්න thumbs up එකක්. අතන පොඩි අවුලක් තිබ්බ ඒකයි පොඩ්ඩක්. Right? Okay, next 3. The income tax paid shown in the trial balance included 400 paid for the previous year. The total income tax expense estimate for the year ended 31,006. Let's go to the income tax adjustment. Right? You can go to the income tax adjustment, income tax. Right? Income tax adjustment. So assessment for this year means 2024 and 25. That is thousands. අවුරුද්දට 1600 තමයි income tax assessment. ගිය අවුරුද්දට ගෙවලා තියෙනවලු 400. Let's go and see how much is paid and last year assessment. Right? Go and see. Income tax paid එකෙන් 400 ගිය අවුරුද්දට last year. 1100 we have paid for this year. අපි ඒක ගිය අවුරුද්දේ provision එක තියෙනවා 350. provision කරලා තියෙන්නේ last quarter එකට 3. But correctly adjusted at this year how much? 400. 400 වලට adjust කරලා තියෙනවා කියද? 400 වලට estimate කරලා තියෙනවා හරියටම ගෙවලා තියෙනවා 400. Last year estimate for the last quarter 350. And we get to know and paid 400. There is a under provision of how much? 50. Send me a thumbs up. There's an under provision of 50. Right? Under provision නම් එකතු කරනවද අඩු කරනවද? Under provision නම් expense එකට එකතු කරනවා, right? So, under provision of 50. Right? We need to add. Right? Right. Under provision provision the over provision වැරදුනා. ඒ අවුරුද්ද estimate කරලා තියෙනවා 350 right? අපි pay කරලා තියෙනවා 40 නේ? Right. Income tax estimate for last year 350. We paid how much? 400. So it's under provision. Provision. 1,600 plus 50. 1,600 මෙතන තිබ්බේ නේද? Assessment for this year. You can see assessment for this year 1,600. Last quarter. Right. Right. 1,650. Right. 1,600. Thousands. Right. Then you better go and write under expenses. Go and write under income tax expenses 1,600. Can write income tax expense 1,000. දැන් බලන්න මේ කීයක් ගෙවලා තියෙන එකයි දැන් මේ අවුරුද්දට කීයක් ගෙවලා තියෙනවද? We have paid 1,100 for this year, right? 1,100 we paid for this year. This year expense is 1,600, right? How much we need to pay further? We need to pay further 500. This year assessment 1,650. We paid 1,100. Yeah, assessment. Expense again, yeah, assessment again. Yeah, assessment 1,500. We paid 1,100. Send me a thumbs up. Can you hear me? Right? All right. Right. Then you can see this year assessment 1,500. We paid 1,100. So you can see totally you can see 1,100 paid. Assessment was 1,650, right? I guess 1,000, 1,600, 1,650 minus 1,600 minus 1,100, which means 500 is the, you can write 500, 500. So under current liability, you can write income tax payable 500. Current liability. Income tax payable 500. Income tax payable 500. Right. That one was right. Next adjustment. The provision for compensation in the turbulence is for a lawsuit filed against the company by a customer on 1st of June 1st based on the judgment delivered by the court. The company had to pay 500. Sorry, ෆයිල් කේස් එක ෆයිල් කරලා තියෙන්නේ එදා නෙමෙයි. ජජ්මන්ට් එක ගෙවලා දීලා තියෙන්නේ මෙදාට. දාන්න බන්න thumbs up එක. Can you hear me? Right? දැන් බලන්න when we approve the accounts, approve කරලා තියෙන accounts උඩ තිබ්බ නේද? You can see the accounts approved when accounts approved June 30th. නේ? approve කරන්න කලින් තමයි අපි ගෙවලා තියෙන්නේ. ගෙවන එක රෙකෝඩ් කරන්නේ. Hence we need to adjust. Right? මුලින්ම බලන්න අපි දැන් හරිම case ගාන 500. Let's go and see how much we have made the provision. Go and see how much we have made the provision. You can see we made the provision of how much? We made the provision of 700. We made a provision of 700. දැනට තියෙනවා provision එක 700. Right? There's a provision of 700. Right? And you can see there's a provision of 700. Then හරි ගාන 500. So correct amount is 500. කියන්නේ 200 මෙතනින් යනවා P&L එකේ credit පැත්තට. We initially made a over provision. පුර අපි දාලා expense වල minus විදිහට දාන්න. Under other expenses write as minus. The other expenses you can write as minus. Right? Compensation. Compensation. 200 write as minus. Why initially we made the over. So then under current liability you can write. Under current liability you can write the new provision. Always we keep the provision at the end. Under current liability there is how much, that is 500, right? Yes. Provision for compensation. Provision for compensation. Then let's see the next one. Next one. Last adjustment, I guess. Also done. On 31st of March 2000, the company made a right issue for one new share for every 4 ordinary shares held at the price of 200 per share. It has been correctly recorded. Now let's go and see the trial balance. අපි ගිහිලා trial balance එකේ තියෙන balances ටික දාගමු. අපේ stated capital තියෙනවා 50,000. හොඳේ. 50,000 තියෙන්නේ අවුරුද්දේ අන්තිම දවසේ. right issue එකෙන් පස්සේ send me after the right issue. Can you hear me? Right? Then you can see retained earnings at the beginning. Retained earnings at the beginning 10,200. Retained earnings at the beginning 10,002. Go to the changes in equity statement. Changes in equity statement 10,200. Balance broker. Retained 10,000. 1,000. Retained earning 1,002 at the beginning. Then right, revaluation reserve at the beginning 600, right? There's a revaluation reserve at the beginning. So valuation reserve, that is also done. Then you can see that's the only thing, right? So stated capital 50,000, right? Stated capital 50,000. That is at the end of the period, right? මේ අන්තිම දවසට තියෙන එක. Stated capital මුල කියලා නෑ. මුල date එක නැත්තම් that is the last date. Stated capital 50,000. 50,000. Right? Let's see how much we issue the right issue and how much is the right issue. Right? Stated capital තියෙනවා අන්තිමට 250 ordinary shares. 250 ordinary shares. මොකද්ද මෙතන කියන්නේ? New share for every 4 ordinary share held for the price of 200 per share, right? 200 per share, right? ඒ කියන්නේ made a right issue for one new share for every 4 ordinary share held at a price of 400. It has been correctly accounted, right? කියන්නේ right issue එක කරාට පස්සේ ගාන තමයි 50,000. Send me a thumbs up. All good, right? Send me a thumbs up. That is the right issue after the share, after the මේ තියෙන්නේ ordinary shares 250. දැන් අපිට උඩට ගිහිල්ලා ආයේ shares කීයද කියලා හොයාගන්න වෙනවා. ප්‍රශ්නේ. දැන් අපිට තියෙනවා මේ අරක කරාට පස්සේ right issue එක කරාට පස්සේ 250. right? අපි දන්නේ නැහැ කීයද කියලා. ඒ තිබ්බ balance එකෙන් one issue for every 4 ordinary shares held මේ හැම හතරටම එකක් issue කරාට පස්සේ හරිද? ඒක දන්නෙත් නෑනේ ආපු ගානනේ 200. ඒ කියන්නේ දැන් තියෙන ගානනේ 250 කියන්නේ. දැන් තියෙන ගාන තමයි 250,000. send me a දැන් තියෙන ගාන තමයි 250,000. shares තියෙන ගාන තමයි 250,000. Can you hear me? I need the thumbs ups. තේරුණා? දැන් තියෙන ගාන තමයි 250 අවුරුද්දේ අන්තිම දවසට. බලන්න මොන හරි clue එකක් තියෙනවා. කියන්නේ දැන් අපි තිබ්බ shares ගාන x කියලා ගත්තොත් හරිද? ඒ x වලට එකතු කරනවා ඒ තිබ්බ ගානට ඒකෙන් 4න් එකක් කරාට පස්සේ තමයි right. කියන්නේ දැන් තිබ්බ ගානට 4න් එකක්. Every one share for 4 years it has been correctly accounted. Right? Right. එතකොට plus into 4. Any idea? මොකද කරන්න පුළුවන්? ඕක සුළු කළා තමයි ගන්න වෙන්නේ. right? නේ? ඊට වඩා තව ලේසි ක්‍රමයක් ඇති. හැබැයි අපිට හිතුවොත් right issue වලට කලින් නම් මේක පා එක ගත්තොත් ඔයාට එනවා ඒක තමයි ඔයාට ෆෝමියුලා එක ගන්න. ඔයා මේක ආයි මේකට 4න් ගත්තොත් රයිට්? ඔයා මේ දෙකටම ඔයාට 4න්ම තමයි ගන්න වෙන්නේ. ඔයා මේක 4 වලින් ගත්තොත් එහෙම 5x * 4 නේ. 5x to 4 equal 250. එතකොට ඔයාට එනවා x එනවා 200,000. එනවා 200. එනවා 200. 200,000. x එනවා 200,000. 200,000 ඔයා 200 වලින් වැඩි කරොත් 200,000 වැඩි කරොත් 200 වලින් sorry 200,000 බෙදලා you can see 200,000 divide by 4 multiply by 200. That is 10,000. That is 10,000. That is 10,000. මට ගන්න පුළුවන් right issue එක 10,000. එතකොට right issue එකට කලින් එක how much? ඒක ඉතින් ඔයාට මේකේ අර ප්‍රශ්නේ තියෙන්නේ මේ date එක නැති එකේ. ප්‍රශ්නයක්. ඒක ලොකුවට ආපස්සට කියලා ගත්තේ. right issue එක 10,000 නම් 40. දාන්න බාන්න thumbs up එකක්. shares ගාන count එක දීලා දෙන්න කවුලක්. shares count එක send me එච්චර ලොකුවට complex වෙන්නේ නැහැ. Right? They will give you the share count or do for you. In right issue, there is no any right. Right. Okay. Send me a thumbs up. Can you hear me? Almost done. Right. Right. So carrying value මේක හරි. Trade receivables තිනවා 2,180. Trade receivables are there how much? 2,180. And allowance for impairment losses 280. 2,180 minus 280, you know, trade receivables then 190. ඔයා දන්නවා මේකෙන් මේක අඩු කරලා දාන්න මේ accounts තියලා තියෙන්නේ. Trade receivable 2,190 minus 280. So you can see how much the trade receivables then. Under current assets you can write trade receivables. Under current assets you can write the trade receivables. Trade receivables 2,108 minus 280, right? 1,108 minus 280. You'll get 2,000, 1,900. 1,000. Then after that, you can see distribution expenses we have taken admin, finance, other stated capital. Stated දැන් මේක අර ප්‍රශ්න තියන්නේ මේ කවදටද මොකද්ද තියලා මේ කිසිම දවසට තමයි අර අරගත්ත චුට්ටක් අමාරු. Then the cost of sales are there 44,800. No any adjustment. 44,800 without any matter. 44,800 cost of sales 44,800. Sales වල අපි adjustments ටිකක් කරානේ. When we take about the sales අපි ගත්තේ නෑ 1,000 100 750 100 and 750 right minus 300 minus 450 how much then 100,000 එන්නේ. මේ ටික අඩු කරාම 100,000 එන්නේ. ඔය එක්සෑම් එකේ පුළුවන් නම් ඒ ටික වෙනම දාලා පෙන්නන්න. 100 750 right minus 300 minus 450. දැන් cost of sales adjustment එක නෑනේ. ඕන්නම් ඒක sales වල වෙනම යටින් cost of sales කපලා workings වල sales පෙන්නන්න. දාන්න බාන්න thumbs up. All right. You can show as sales, right? නැති නිසා, right? So you can see then 100,000. Then you can see next one. Trade payables 3,184. Trade payables 3,184. Trade payables 3,100. 3,100. Trade payables 1,100. 3,100. Then after that you can see any other pending or adjustment එක වුණොත් අපි අයින් කරමු. Cash and cash equivalent 7,270, right? 7,200. 7,000 cash and cash 7,000. Right. The adjustment එක අපි අයින් කරමු. දාන්න බාන්න thumbs up එකක්. Can you hear me? Send me a thumbs up. All good? Are you there guys? පුළුවන් නෑ නේද? So this is 4,600, the same. So can you tell me 7,250 plus 2,000, 796,000. EPF, EF. Salary මොන හරි මිස් වුණාද? Salary අපිට මිස් වුණා. Salary 1,000, right? 1,000. EF අපි දැම්ම. මෙතන ප්‍රශ්නයක් තියෙනවා. net salary මේක දැම්මේ නෑ අපි. net salary තමයි රෙකෝඩ් කරලා තියෙන්නේ 1,800. 1,840 වැරදීනේ නේ. මොකද අපි gross salary නේ දෙවන්න ඕනේ 2,000 වලින් 1,840 ගියාම 160. then you know we recorded the gross salary. Gross salary is 2,000. But we have recorded the net salary. Send me. We have recorded the net salary. No, we record the gross salary. ඒ කියන්නේ gross salary කියලා අපි දාලා තියෙන්නේ net salary. කියන්නේ gross salary එන්න ඕනේ 2,000. We recorded the net salary කියන්නේ 160 අඩුයි. 160 අඩු නම් what you need to do? You need to record, right? Salary. කියන්නේ 2,000 දාන්න ඕන එකට 1,840 දාලා තියෙනවා. 160 අඩුයි. For record as well. Right. So can you tell me the total? 7,250 plus 2,000 plus 790 plus 6,000 plus 240 plus 60 plus 160. Is it 16,500? Send me 16,500. Right? 800 plus 700 plus 2,000 plus 20 minus 200. 3,320. 3,320. 3,320. Then 460 plus 952. 1,412. 1,412. So then you can write the totals in here. You can write the totals in here. Under expenses, distribution 4,000. අපි අර adjustment එක හදාගමු මං කියන්න. පස්සේ 4,600 is the distribution. Distribution 4,600. කොමාරි අපි හැදුවනේ පැය දෙකක්. Right? Distribution you can
Henne. Sir, sir, Henne.
දැන් ඇහෙනවද?
Can't hear.
දැන් ඇහෙනවද? හරි බැලන්ස් කර කර හිටියේ. හරිනේ? හරිනේ? Can you hear me? Alright. පොඩි ප්‍රශ්නයක් income tax එක තියෙන might go and see. Income tax assessment for this year how much? Just 1,000 1,600 කියලානේ income tax assessment එක තියෙන්නේ. Yes. අන්න ඒකේ පොඩි ප්‍රශ්නයක් තියෙනවා. එතන මේ assessment එක ගානේ දාලා තියෙන්නේ 7,600. මේකේ පොඩි අවුලක් තියෙන්නේ can you make it as 7,600? All right. Just correct it as 7,600. Send me a thumbs up. All right. 7,600. Put it. අවුරුද්දට ඉන්කම් ටැක්ස් කීයක්ද අපි ගෙවලා තියෙන්නේ? අවුරුද්දේ අපිට 1,100 7,600 1,000 6,500. ඔව්. අපි මෙහෙම කරමු. ඒකක් තියෙනවා. එතන හදාගන්න 7,600. අවුලක් නැහැනේ. චුට්ටි ඇඩ්ජස්ට්මන්ට් එකක් තියෙනවා. දාන්න බාන්න thumbs up එක. all good. 7,600. එතකොට බැලන්ස් වෙන්නේ නැත්නම් බැලන්ස් එකනේ ගන්න. 7,600. All right. Can you hear me say? This year assessment 7,000. දැන් අපි බලමු. මේ අවුරුද්දේ assessment එක 7,600 නම් දැන් tally වෙන එක. The assessment 7,000 7,006 7,000 ගානකට හරි tally වෙනවා. එතකොට 7,600 right? So under current liability 7,600 දැන් මෙතන tax payable එක 7,600 නේ අපි ඒකෙන් 1,100 7,600 minus 1,100 then 6,500. 6,500 is the payable. Now it's fine. දැන් මතක තියාගන්න අතන ඉන්නේ 7,600 for the P&L it comes 7,600. දැන් බලන්න 7,600 7,600 29,368 minus 7,650 will get 21,780. 21,780. Send me a thumbs up. All right. Then plus 400 means 22,180. 22,180. So you can go to the other comprehensive income here, right? Other comprehensive income. Revaluation reserve 400. Retained earnings 21,718. Totally 22,100. You can see here 50,800. In here 1,000. 10,200 plus 21,718. It's 31,980. Then you will get 82,980. Can you hear me? Send me a thumbs up. Step name. Our income tax එක අතන හදාගන්න. I need a thumbs up again. Right? All good? Inani? Right. 82,980. Right. So you can go and write under SOFP equity, stated capital 3,000, retained earnings 31,980, revaluation reserve 1,000. That's it, right? Total 82,980. 82,980. You can get the totals in here. 73,690 plus 12,000. 85,690. In here, closing stock is 5,008. Closing stock was 5,800. 5,800 plus 1,900 plus 7,270. That is 14,970. 14,917 plus 85,690. In 100,000 600. 100,000 is the same. Non-current liability 3,370, right? In here 3,184 plus 337 plus 450 plus 400 plus 60 plus 6,500 plus 500. That is 11,000. Then 3,076. 14,470. 14,470. 40,470 plus 3,370 plus 300, 3,072
The
plus 82,000.
3,272.
Yes.
3,272.
3,207. 1,002. එතකොට එනවනේ අරකම එනවනේ 100,006 නැලි. ඔයාලට ආන්ෂීට් එක ඕනේ නැහැනේ. මේක හදපු එක මතකයිනේ. පොඩි අවුලක් තියෙනවා මෙන්න මේක. මේ ඇඩ්ජස්ට්මන්ට් එක පොඩ්ඩක් මෙතන දාගෙන අපි ඒක කන්සර්න් කරන්නේ. ඒක ඕනේ නැහැ. ඒක පොඩි අවුලක් තියෙනවා මම මේක fraud involving a misappropriation advice the cashier had taken place 31st of March. මේක ඩිස්කවර් කරලා තියෙන්නේ accounting period එකෙන් පස්සේ. right? මේක ඩිස්කවර් කරගෙන තියෙන ඉතින් accounting period එකෙන් පස්සේ. You can put a note එකක් දාන්න. So you can put a note. Yes. The note there was a fraud occurred in the business 80,000. Right? So there was a fraud occurred by at the මේක ඇත්තටම adjust කරනවා. ඒක නිසා මේ adjustment එක ඕනේ නැහැ. adjustment එක කපා ගන්න. right? හරි. අපි යන් පොඩි ගානකට දැන් අපි කම්පැනිම හදා ඉන්නත්. කම්පැනි කෑෂ් ෆ්ලෝ දෙකම හදනවා. තව කම්පැනි ගානක් අනිවාර්යෙන් හදන්න ඕනේ. එකක් තමයි මම ගොඩාක් තියෙනවා. better we can try a cash flow. ඒතර white board එකේ කරන්නත් පුළුවන්. දාන්න බාන්න thumbs up. Shall we try a cash flow? So question number 12. Not 12. 11. Page number 21. මේක තියෙනවා මේ බලන්න cash flow tute එකේ ඇති අඹ ගමු. Can you hear me? Send me a thumbs up. After a break, let's start. Can you hear me? I'll give you like 15 minutes break. Nadi pahalawak. Right? Okay. After 15 minutes break, let's start. Can you hear me? Send me a thumbs up. Hear me. Start doing this one. I'll give you a few minutes now further. Start doing this is this one. Zambagamo PLC one, right? Right now, you better have a you might have matters whether we direct method or indirect. සාමාන්‍යයෙන් details අඩු නම් indirect. මෙතන direct method ගන්න වැඩිය details නැහැ. Less details. So go with the indirect. I'll give you further 10 minutes. Start doing, then I'll start. Send me a thumbs up. I'll give you further 10 minutes. Start doing. I'll discuss the Right. Can you hear me? Right. Send me a thumbs up. Nidhi Nanil. Right. Shall we check the answer? Right. Yes. Okay. Let's see. Uh, this is the following information has been extracted from the accounting books of Abagamu PLC statement of financial position as at 31st of March 2020 and 31st of March 2024. This is the opening and the closing, right? Uh, PPE and the carrying value, right of use asset carrying value, inventory opening, closing, trade receivable, cash and cash equivalent assets, and stated capital, revaluation reserve, retainer, bank loan, lease liability, trade payables, income tax provision, accrued interest expense, right? So based on the above information, prepare the statement of cash flow for Ambagamo PLC for the year ended 31st of March 2023 in accordance with LKS 7, right? Let's prepare, right? Okay. So this is question number 12, right? 12. 1 minute. Right. Let's see Ambagamo PLC, right? Let's see question number 12. Right. 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 Let's see Ambagamo PLC. Then Harin, Ayatilian, right? Ambagamo PLC cash flow statement for the year ended 31st of March 2020, right? Now hope all good, right? You can rounding off to 1000. You know, uh, right? So operating activities, right? So we take net profit, right? Profit before tax, profit for tax, right? Profit before tax, and we made the adjustments, right? So then cash generated from operating activities, right? Then tax paid, and the interest paid. Interest paid. Then you can take net cash flow generated from operating right. Then right. So before that you can adjustments, and you can keep the working capital adjustments, right. So working capital adjustment, right. Then you know the next, right. So investing activities, the last one, financing activity. Send me a thumbs up. All good? Can you hear me? පේනවනේ? ඔලොන්නේ නැහැ? තේප්නේ? Right. Then we can keep the workings, right. We can keep the workings as well, right. Okay. Right. First of all, let's find, right, profit for the year, right. Now let's see what are the things given in, right. දැන් මෙතන තියෙනවා මේ retained earnings column එකක් තියෙනවා. You can see retained earnings opening 980, closing 1450. That is the retained earnings, right. 980 closing 1450. So I'm going to take, so you can see, right, retained earnings opening, workings also thousands, retained earnings opening, you can see balance brought forward 980, retained earnings closing, you can see 1450, right. Then profit for the year එන්නේ මෙහෙට හොඳේ, මේ after profit for the year එකපාර මෙහෙම ඉන්නේ නැහැ. Let's see what, sometimes there can be other adjustments as well, right. Let's see whether are there any other adjustments. Capitalization of reserve bonus issue 400 using retained earnings, and additional right issue was successfully completed during the year. Further, company paid dividend 700. Then there was a bonus issue of 400, right? And dividend paid 700, right? Bonus issue එකකදී සල්ලි කොහෙවත් එන්නේ නැහැ. හැබැයි dividends වලදී සල්ලි යනවා, right? You can see bonus issue 400, dividends 700. Dividend ගෙවද්දී we pay dividend because of issuing shares. So You can write dividend paid, cash goes out, 700, 700, right? 700. Now you can see profit for the year, 1,450, 700, 400, 2,550, 2,550 minus 980. Profit for the year 1,570. Send me a thumbs up. 1,570. All right. Okay. I need the thumbs ups. All good. Okay. Let's see the tax. I saw there this is tax. Like let's see the tax. Let's see about the tax. Right. Tax paid 630 neither. There is a tax income tax provision opening 575, closing 540. 575, 540. 575, 540. Can you hear me? Send me a thumbs up. All right. Dinan. Tax එකේ opening 575 provision එක 575 opening 575 closing BCD 510 tax paid තියෙනවා. You can see tax paid how much. There's a tax paid of 690, 630, 630, 630. PNL එකට ගිය ගාන ඔයාට හොයන්න පුළුවන්. Tax 1,170, 1,170, 595, right? Tax expense 595, right? Then you can see profit after tax is 1,507. ඒකට tax එක එකතු කරාම 595. Profit before tax you can take 2,165. 2,165. So profit before tax 2,165, right? So you can see profit before tax 2,165. Tax paid එක තියෙනවා. How much is the tax paid? You can see tax paid 630. So you can deduct it from here. Tax paid 630, right? Tax paid 630, right? Then we can see further, right? This is done. Right issue, an additional right issue was successfully completed during the year. Further, the company paid a dividend of 700. Right. අපි බලමු මේ there is a right issue, right? අපි බලමු right issue කීයද ආවේ කියලා. Let's take the stated capital. ordinary shares 3,500, 4,500, right? Opening there was a 3,500. If you take the stated capital, balance brought forward 3,500. Closing you can see 4,500, right? Then you can see there are two things happen in here. From the retained earnings, we made a bonus issue of 400. This is debit 400. Balance amount we made as a right issue. The right issue. Right issue එක නිසාල්ලි හම්, right? 4,500, 4,500 minus 1,900. We will get how much? 600. Right issue how much? 600. Right? Right issue එකක් කරන්නේ සල්ලි නැති වුණාම, right? Right? Right issue එකක් කරන්නේ සල්ලි නැති වුණාම. Then you can see right issue 600. Send me a thumbs up. All good? Right? Can you hear me? Right? Okay. Done. Right. Next one. That is also done. Right. ඒතර පළවෙනි adjustment එකත් ඉවරයි, දෙවෙනි එකත් ඉවරයි. Number 3. Depreciation expense on property plant equipment for the period is 900. A motor vehicle with a carrying value 2,000 sold for 2,300, and furniture was acquired for cash, and a revaluation of the company's land was performed for the first time during the year. A huge adjustment. Let's see about PPE. We are having the carrying value, right? 4,500 opening, 5,000 closing, right? 4,500 PPE, balance brought forward 4,500 opening, closing you can see 5,000, right? Sorry, carry PP is a asset, right? So debit balance brought forward 4,500, CD 5,000. තතඩිය පල්ලෙහාට ගන්න ටක් දේව. All good? Send me a thumbs up. Right? Right? Okay. ඉන්නවනේ නිදි නෑනේ. Right. තක්කනද voice එක ඇහෙන්නේ නැද්ද? Wait, let's see. තාම එහෙමද?
ඔවුසේ හීරෝය ගහින්න.
Huh?
ඕ
දැන් කොහමද? Right. ඔලොක් වුණොත් කියන්න. Right. Let's see. Okay. Now let's see the next one. Depreciation for the property, plant and equipment for the period was 900. දැන් depreciation ඒ අවුරුදු depreciation අපි මොකද කරන්න ඕනේ? අපි අතනින් අයින් කරන්නත් ඕනේ. Right? And a motor vehicle, right? Furniture acquire එකකුත් තියෙනවා. Right? Furniture was acquired for cash and the revaluation for the company land was performed for the first time during the
Yeah.
year. Right. Okay. Then depreciation 900 කියලා තියෙනවා. It says the depreciation for the period is 900. Right? So right. Depreciation is 900. Right? And what you need to do, depreciation for the period is 900. Depreciation for the period is 900. Right? Depreciation is 900. දැන් depreciation කියන්නේ business එකේ දැන් අපි accumulated depreciation account එකනේ credit කරන්නේ. Instead of that, I have credited where? I have credited the PP account. That's it. Okay. Yes. අවුලක් නැහැ. Applicable? Right. 900. Right. Then after that, you can see a motor vehicle with a carrying value of 2200. Right. Okay. Was sold for rupees 2300. 2200 worth of motor vehicle was sold, right, on at the end of the period for 2300. When we sell it, the මේකම මේ වෙලෙම adjust කරන්න අතනත් depreciation, right? You can see depreciation for the period is how much? 900, right? Depreciation you need to add. Depreciation we add. At 900. Depreciation we add, right? Then if I draw the motor vehicle disposal, මේකට T account එකක් ඕන. මට තේරෙන්නේ. If I take like this, motor vehicle disposal බලන්න. Motor vehicle carrying value එක කීයද? Is sold for the carrying amount of how much? The carrying amount. You can see the carrying amount is 2200. Sold for 2300, right? There's a 100 profit. There's a 100 profit, right? The carrying amount of value of 2002. Sold for 1003. There's a 100 profit. එතකොට අයින් කරද්දී carrying amount එක කරද්දී disposal credit to the people 2000. When we sell the motor vehicle, we receive cash. It's because of investment activity. Motor vehicle selling price 2003, as well as motor vehicle disposal profit 100, it's added, so we need to remove 100, we need to remove it. Send me a thumbs up. All good. 100, we need to remove it, right? Okay, next one, right? Further, let's see. Further, let's see. Furniture was acquired for cash and revaluate the land was also performed for the first time during the year, right? Furniture was acquired and revaluation reserve එකක් වැඩි වෙලා තියෙනවානේ. But first time there is a revaluation reserve increase how much? 3,500, right? In revaluation there was a profit, no? 3,500. So land was revalued for the first time 3,500, right? You can see revaluation 3,500, right? 3,500, right? Then you can see further, right? We have acquired what? දැන් අපිට acquire කරපු එක හොයාගන්න පුළුවන්. You can see we have acquired the furniture, right? Yeah, furniture acquired we can find now. So purchase we can find from here, right? Can you tell me 900 plus 2,000? Disposal is how much? Disposal is 2,200, right? Disposal is 2,002. And 2,002. Cost 2,002. Carrying value. PCD 5,000. So it's 8,100 in 8,100. 100 is the purchase. So you can write motor vehicle purchase is 100. The investment. Motor vehicle purchase. Sorry, furniture purchase, that is 100. All right. All good. Furniture purchase 100. Right. Okay. Next one. You can see, right? හරිනේ ඒ ටික දාලා තියෙන්නේ, right?
So interest එක
Let
කරගෙන
huh?
interest එක
කොහොද ඒක
කරගෙන
හදමු, interest එක හදමු. Let's see the interest, right? So interest paid එක තිබ්බද? Interest paid එක තිබ්බනේ 690. Okay, let's draw the interest account. Let's draw the interest account, right? Interest account. So for interest you can see there is the opening of interest payable, right? Interest payable 465 510. 465 payable 510 500, right? Interest paid during the year, you can see interest paid how much? Interest paid 690, right? Interest paid during the year 6. Cash credit interest pay කරපු ගාන තමයි මෙතනින් අයින් කරන්නේ 690. Interest paid 690. Then you can see how much was the expense. P&L මෙතනින් යන්නේ 690 plus 510, how much? 1200. 1200 minus 465, you will take 735, right? 735. So you can see interest expense 735, right? Let's see further things. Further things, let's see. Right to use asset carrying value was decreased, right? Which means that is the depreciation. Right to use asset depreciation, how much? 800. Right to use asset depreciation, credit, right? Right? Send me a thumbs up, right? Okay. Right. Working capital adjustment, inventory has been increased, right? Asset nang, there is a negative, right? Asset increase nang adu karna decrease. Liability nang positive. Inventory has been increased by how much? 170, right? 170. Increase in inventory 170. And right? Increase in inventory 170. Then further you can see trade receivables also increase how much? 1800 plus 2450. Yes, 650 ne? 650. Increase in trade receivables. Increase nang adu karna. It's na increased in trade receivable 650. It's done. Cash and cash equivalent, let's take. Bank loan, you can see we have paid, right? Yes. How much we paid bank loan? 1500, right? We have paid bank loan. This is bank loan is not for the working capital. It's the only the we take only the current liability. Bank loan paid 1500. You can see bank loan paid 1500 finance. Bank loan paid 1500 finance. සල්ලි නැති වෙලාවේ බැංකුවෙන් සල්ලි ගත්තා. Right? Lease liability also decreased by how much? 200. I told you. Lease installment goes to the finance. Down payment comes to yeah, investing. Lease installment 200 pay. Right? Lease installment 200. Right? Trade payables has been decreased, right? Trade payables has been decreased by how much? Yes, 470. Decrease in trade payables 470. Decrease in trade payables 470. So positive, so we did. right? Done. That's the only thing, right? ඔක්කොම හරි. දාන්න බාන thumbs up එකක්. shape නේ. right? balance කරමු. මේ ටික ගත්තාම කීයද? for working capital. Can you check and tell me? 2165 plus 900 minus 100 plus 735 plus 800, that is 4500. දාලා දේවල් ටික ලියාගනි. 4500 minus 170 minus 650 minus 470, 3210. 3000, 3000, 3210 minus 630 minus 690, 1890. Cash generated from cash generated from operating activity. Right. So 2200 cash generated from net cash flow. Net cash generated from net cash generated from testing 1200 minus 700 minus 700 plus 600 minus 1500 minus 200, that is minus 1800. Net cash used in finance. Right. Right. So minus 1800 plus 2200 plus 1800. 2290 is the increase in cash equivalent during the cash and cash equivalent as at 1st of April 2022. How much? 640. 640. බලන්න tally වෙනවද? ගාන වෙනවද? 640 plus 2930. 2930. Cash and cash equivalent at 31st of March 2020. Send me a thumbs up. All good? රැනේ ලිව්වනේ ඔක්කොම. තව එකක් හදමු අපි ඇතිනේ. අපි තව එකක් හදමුද මේ මන්නේ කෑෂ් ෆ්ලෝ කරා මදි වගේ. අපි මේකත් හදමුද මේ කෑෂ් ෆ්ලෝම කරමු තව එක. දිමුතු PLC ආද දිමුතු PLC පටන් ගන්න බලන්න. විනාඩි 10ක් දෙන්න. හරි. මොකද්ද බලන්න මේ what is the format we use for Dimutu PLC? මොනවාද ඩිරෙක්ට්ද ඉන්ඩිරෙක්ට්ද රයිට් දීලා නෑ නේද මොනවාද ඩීටේල්ස් කියලා ඩීටේල්ස් නෑනේ අපිට වැඩිපුරින් ඩීටේල් නැත්තම් මෙහෙම තියෙනවා නම් අපි ගන්නේ ඉන්ඩිරෙක්ට් කියලා නෑ සාමාන්‍ය ඩීටේල්ස් අඩු නම් ඉන්ඩිරෙක්ට් use the indirect method I'll give you 10 minutes Can you hear me? Send me a thumbs up. Right. Right. Let's see. Right. So, bro, the format. This is what is the business name? This is Dimuthu PLC, right? Dimuthu PLC. Section number 12, right? Right. Dimuthu P, right? Cash flow statement. Cash flow statement for the year ended 31st of March 2025. Right? Operating profit before tax. Adjustment. Right? Working capital adjustment. Working capital changes. Right? Cash generated from operating tax paid. Interest paid. Right? Net cash generated. We don't know whether generated or used. Then after that, you can see investing activity. Finance. Right? Then after that, the workings. Right? Send me a thumbs up. After that, the working. Right. Then the workings, working. All right. Send me a thumbs up. Let's start. Right? Can you මේක හදලා තව කම්පැනි ගානක් හදමු. එතකොට හරි. තව හරියයි. දාන්න බලන්න thumbs up එක. මේක හදලා තව කම්පැනි එක ගානක් හදමු. Right? ආනේ another one company question let's do. ආයි කොහොමත් තව sessions අපි කරමු ඉස්සර. Right? කම්පැනි ගණන් තියෙනවා මම පුළුවන් තරම හදනවා. Right. Okay. Next see. Right. Can see land building. So office those things are there. Okay. Additional information. The profit before tax earned by the company for the year ended 31st of March 2005, 340,000. You can see the profit before tax is how much? 340,000. Profit before tax 340,000. Profit before tax 3. A dividend of 80,000 for ordinary shares was proposed and approved during the year, and it has been properly accounted for. Right. So you can see dividend of 80 of ordinary shares was proposed and approved during the year. It is proposed and approved, right? Not paid. Remember, there is not paid, right? Send me a thumbs up. Proposed and approved, right? This is not paid. Let's keep. During the year, public share of 30,000. Public share issue 30,000 and bonus share less retained earnings were carried out. Okay, so I'll take the things in here. You can see, right? Dividend payable account is also there, right? You can retain earnings also there. Share capital also there. So let's see. Okay, let's see dividend payable, right? Right. Yeah, I'll draw a dividend payable account. Dividend payable account. Payable. You can see opening. There was how much? Dividend payable. Uh, there's a 20, closing 35, right? It's closing 35. Closing 35. 20 and 35. And you can see there is a 80 proposed during the year. අවුරුද්දේ අන්තිමටනේ. It has been approved, properly accounted. Right. I'll take the retained earnings one as well. Retained earnings income. Retained earnings. is balance brought forward එකක් වැඩිපුර ගන්න tendency, right? So retained earnings 520 and 37 370 520 and 70, right? And during the year we have proposed a dividend payable retained earnings, right? දැන් බලමු cash වලින් dividend කීයක් ගෙවලා තියෙනවද? 100 100 35 කියන්නේ 65 dividend, right? So then you can adjust and paid 65 and paid, right? The investment. And you can see this is also done. Is also done. Public share issue 300 and bonus share issue was utilized, retained earnings were carried out. There is a bonus share issue as well as public share issue, right? So public share issue 300, right? Public share issue means we receive the cash. There is no any matter, so you can write public share issue 300 investment or finance public share issue, right? Public share issue, yeah, because we receive the cash. Dividend paid, we pay cash, right? So then you can see bonus share issue utilized retained earnings were carried out. The amount is not given, right? We can find it from here, right? What a on the share issue කරලා තියෙනවා ඔක්කොම අවුරුද්දේ 500 500 500. If it is 300 from share issue, retained earnings were capitalized how much? 200. Send me all good. 200. Public share issue 300 now. You can see the balance 200 is the capitalized of retained earning. You can see 200 is the retained earnings capitalized, right? Right? Land එකක් ඊළඟට interest එකක්. මුලින්ම ඊට අමතර අපි ඒවට යන්න කලින් බලමු තව retain earnings වලට මොනවද යන්නේ? revaluation general reserve එකට මාරුවක් ගිහිල්ලා chance එකක් ගිහිල්ලා 180 plus 330 so 180 ඉඳන් 330 යන කීයක් ගිහිල්ලා තියෙනවද 150 ගිහිල්ලා තියෙනවා 150 ගිහිල්ලා තියෙනවා right 150 ගිහිල්ලා තියෙනවා right so you can see 150 general reserve එකට 150 ගිහිල්ලා so the reserve එකට 150 general reserve 150 so if you balance we can find how much is the profit for the year 280 280 here 800 අවුරුද්දේ profit after tax එක 280 right 280 profit after tax එක 280 right see is there any tax adjustment any tax adjustment yes provision for income tax opening 20 closing 30 income tax provision for income tax opening 20 closing 30 opening 20 you can see closing right tax expense එක you can find tax expense you can find profit before tax the profit before tax is given 340 right profit before tax 340 profit after tax 280 profit before tax 340 minus tax profit after tax so 340 minus 280 60 is the tax expense right is the tax expense so for here PNL 60 80 80 so we paid tax you can see that is 50 send me a thumbs up all good tax paid 50 so you can see tax paid 50 is we take profit for tax no need to tax adjust it, right that is also okay right so let's take PPE PP is there land building right uh land carrying amount increase building and you can see office stick all the things are there what is the thing in here on 15th of a new piece of land was purchased and previously on land was also revalued no other property plant and equipment except land was revalued during the year only the rand devaluation is there right right you can see right right. When we reevaluate the land on 15th of October, a new piece of land was purchased, and previously owned land was revaluated by the professional valuer. No other property, plant, and equipment except land was revalued during the year. Right. Brand, you can see has increased by how much? 500, right? Yes. No, you can see revaluation reserve, how much? That is increased by 200. That is the only revaluation in. Send me a thumbs up. Only the revaluation is in here is the land. So revaluation is 200. So if the opening is this much, to increase by 500, which means 200 goes to the revaluation. So purchase how much? 300 is the purchase, because no depreciation adjustment for the land. Land depreciation, land purchase by how much? 300. Land purchase 300 is what? Investment activity. Land purchase in land purchase. That is the only revaluation. Then further you can see, right? Right. Then there is only information about the land, right? Land. So let's see the other PP. Let's see the other P. Building cost also increased by 500, right? Building depreciation also increased by 20. 20, yeah, only 20. Office equipment cost and the depreciation are there, right? Building has been decreased, right? Yes. Building has been decreased, right? How much? By 500, right? 500. Building has been decreased by 500. And depreciation also decreased by how much? But depreciation has been increased by 20, right? Building was decreased, right? But the depreciation has been increased by 20, right? Office equipment has been increased by 150. 150. Office equipment depreciation has been increased by how much? 35. 35. So first let's adjust the depreciation. Building depreciation 20, office equipment depreciation 35, right? Building depreciation increased by 20, and office equipment depreciation how much? 150. One building වල මොකක් adjustment එකක් තියෙනවා? ඔබේ revaluation, right? Send me a thumbs up. Hope all good, right? එතන පොඩි අවුලක් තියෙනවා. ඒ ඩිප්‍රිසියේෂන් වැඩි වෙලා. දැන් කේස් බිල්ඩින් අඩු වෙලා ඒ ඩිප්‍රිසියේෂන් වැඩි වෙලා. බිල්ඩින් වල මොනවා හරි බිල්ඩින් කොස්ට් එක අඩු වෙලා 500. that is the matter. Office equipment නම් okay. Office equipment නම් okay. Office equipment has purchased how much? 150. So you can adjust under investment. Office equipment purchase 150. Office equipment purchase 150. Okay. Then office equipment depreciation we can adjust. Depreciation. Office equipment depreciation is how much? That is 35. 35. කරනවා. Equipment depreciation, right? Right. එතන මොකක් කර adjustment කරන එක්ක building disposal එකක් කරේනේ. good disposal එකක්වත් නැහැ. Dis- අපි පොඩ එක තියමු last එකගමු. Right. 10% investment, right? Investment income මොන හරි හම්බෙන්න 10% investment invested on 1st of July 2024, right? So we made an investment 800. අවුරුද්දේ මැද කරලා තියෙන්නේ. Purchase investment 800. Purchase investment cash goes out. Cash goes. And you can see a 10% July, August, September, October, November, December, which means 80. So July, August, December, February, 9 months. So 100, 10%, 80 multiplied by 9 divided by 12, that is 60. The investment. හම්බුණා කියලා මුකුත් නෑ. අපිට හම්බෙලා නෑ. So you can write investment income, investment income, deduct investment income, 60 we deduct. Investment income 60 we deduct, right? Then you can see yeah, issue 300 අපි දැම්ම නේද? them, right? Let's take the others. Bank loan එකක් අපි අරගෙන තියෙනවානේ. 1st of April 2000 බෑන්ක් ලෝන් එකක් අරගෙන තියෙනවා 500 බෑන්ක් ලෝන් එකක් කරගන්න fine නෑ bank loan 500 have obtained. Then further you can see interest payable on loan 25, right? Interest payable on loan 25, right? So any other interest paid? Interest payable 25. Interest payable 25. එතන පොඩ්ඩක් හදාගන්න වෙනවා. Like this, uh, there is no any percentage. Bank loan interest, just write it as 10%. 10%. Send me a thumbs up. Bank loan interest 10%. Right? So 10% නම් අවුරුද්දට අදාළ ඉන්ට්‍රස්ට් එක 50. එතකොට bank loan interest you add back 50, right, to take the amount relevant for the period, right? Bank loan interest take 50. Then you can see there's a payable of bank loan 25 ගැන pay කරලා තියෙන්නේ 25. pay කරලා තියෙන්නේ 25. තිබුණ 25 payable තියෙනවා කියන්නේ out of 50 he paid 25, right? So we can take trade receivables, there's a decrease, right? Trade receivables decrease 110. Decrease in trade receivables 1. Inventory there's an increase 40. Increase in trade receive inventory 4. Increase in inventory 40. Then decrease in trade payables 60. Decrease in trade payables 60. Decrease liability there's a positive, right? You can see I forgot to tell you another thing here, investment. You can see investment income relevant for the 60, right? Just 60. එතන investment income එකේ අවුරුද්දට අදාළ ගාන අපි එතන අයින් කරා. ඒ වගේම adjustment එකක් නැහැ කියන අවුරුද්දට අදාළ ගානම හම්බ වෙලා තියෙනවා. So you can write in here under investment income risk එකක් නැහැ income risk, right? දැන් තියෙන්නේ මේ බිල්ඩින් ප්‍රශ්නේ විතරයි. දාන්න බාන්න තමයි බිල්ඩින් ප්‍රශ්නේ විතරයි තියෙන්නේ. right? බිල්ඩින් ඩිප්‍රිසියේෂන් අඩු වෙලා තියෙනවා. බිල්ඩින් කොස්ට් එක අඩු වෙලා තිනවා 500. cost decrease 500. මොකද වෙන මුකුත් රිවැලුවේෂන් නැහැ. වෙන මුකුත් රිවැලුවේෂන් නැහැ. cost එක 500 වලින් අඩු වෙලා. depreciation වැඩි වෙලා 20 වලින්. send me a thumbs up. cost එක 500 proposal එකක් වෙන්න one minute. තව කරනවා නම් කරමු. නතරක් නතර කරමු. තව කම්පැනි ගානක් හදමු. පස්සේ හදමු. alright, okay. Let's see now after this. Okay, I'm looking what has happened. අපි මේක net value එකෙන් බැලුවොත් බලමු. මොකද නෑ තව information. Sorry. Just check with uh, only about the land, that's why. The half of the interest payable for the year bank loan has half has been paid so far කියලා තියෙනවා. Now let's see the opening. Now if we take the opening date carrying value 1700 minus 180, that is the 1500. Closing date 1000. 1520. It's 520, right? 1700 minus 180, that is 1500. 1200 minus 100 is 1000. දැන් මෙතන විතරයි පොඩි අවුලකට තියෙන්නේ. මොකද මේ exposure කරනවා නම් information. Let's finish after this, right? Any idea?
ඒකේ මේ evaluation කියලා ගන්නවද?
ඇහුන්නේ නැහැ.
Pre-evaluation කියලා.
Evaluation with the matter,
නෑ
because
මං
it
කියන්නේ
says
assume කරලා
yeah,
assume කරලා
only the no property plant except land was valued due disposal එකක් කියන්නේ. So I got the answer sheet of this. It says building depreciation 40. That's why what I
නැත්නම්
know.
type මේ type වෙලා තියෙන වැරදිද දන්නේ.
Huh?
values type වෙලා තියෙන වැරදිද දන්නේ.
The value
මං කියන්නේ building cost එකේ අර value එක type වෙලා තියෙන වැරදිද දන්නේ.
ඔය එක තමයි cost එකේ 1 minute. I'll check the page. Right? Nadia then. Nita, can you hear me? Say last. මේකේ ප්‍රශ්නේ there is no dep- depreciation අපේ depreciation percentage එකක් තිබ්බම වෙනම හොයාගන්න ප්‍රශ්න තියෙන ගානෙත් ඒක එහෙම depreciation they are not giving the depreciation they are giving the depreciation which we can find faster දැන් අපි ඒක එහෙම්ම දාගමු නැත්තම් ගන්නත් බෑ ඒතර ප්‍රශ්න තියෙන්නේ දැන් we can see there is a 500 disposal කරපු එකේ 500 disposal කරා නම් ඒක සල්ලි කී මං කියන එක තේරෙනවද දාන්න බං සල්ලි කීයක් හරි එනවා disposal කරපු එකේ කාලෙකට කීයද කියලා බලන්න information ඒක නෑ that's the thing so this is from central province අපේ ප්‍රශ්නේ තියෙන්නේ disposal කරපු එකේ ඉතර කාලෙකටද බලන්න අමතර disposal කරා නම් ඒකට සල්ලි ඒකට සල්ලි එනවා take it you better do like this here දැන් මේකද මේක මේ tally වෙන්නේ එතන 1000 3009 5000 ඒ disposal adjustment එක පොඩ්ඩක් කොහොම තියාගෙන අපි නිකන් අරකම දාමු depreciation of building 40 කියන එක දාමු. හරිද?
So 20,
ඔව් නෑ.
20.
නෑ මේ ගානේ තියෙන උත්තරේ තියෙන්නේ 40 කියලා. මොකද 40 කියන්නේ දැන් මෙතන එකක් ඩිස්පෝසල් කරනවානේ. ඩිස්පෝසල් කරපු එකේ ගන්න. ඩිස්පෝසල් කරපු එකේ ඩිප්‍රිසියේෂන් එක කොහොමද වැඩි වෙලා තියෙනවා 20. ඩිස්පෝසල් කරපු එක අවුරුද්දේ අන්තිමට වගේ ඩිස්පෝසල් කරනවා නම් පර්සන්ටේජ් එකෙන් තව 20ක් එනවා. කියන එක දාන්න බං. ඒත් එක්ක තමයි අතන 40 එන්නේ. නැත්තම් අරකට ටැලි වෙන්නේ නැහැ මේ 120. ප්‍රශ්නේ තියෙන්නේ කවදද ඩිස්ක් හරි. ඒවා දීලා නැහැ. අන්න ඒකයි ප්‍රශ්නේ. තේරුණාද? තේරුණාද? ඒකයි පොඩි අවුලකට තියෙන්නේ. let's take it as the same. පොඩ්ඩක් නෝට් එකක් දාලා තියාගන්නවා. I'm not good. won't plus 40 plus take 405 minus 110 plus 110 minus 40 minus 450 415 minus 50 minus 20 cash flow from operating you can see 150,000 cash flow here cash flow from finance you can see increase in 1 cash flow cash increase phonetically opening one and opening 240 යාර ප්‍රශ්න තියෙන්නේ මෙන්න raising here තේරුණාද දාන්න බාන්න thumbs up ඒක තමයි තියෙන ප්‍රශ්නේ right just take it let's do other things I'll be discussing in the class related to the tutorial right මේකේ තව ප්‍රශ්න තියෙනවා especially the company ඉතරහට අපි හදමු තේරුණාද දාන්න බාන්න thumbs I'll do the other thing we did only Northern PLC right the things I'll be discussed soon right right so the normal class I'm going to start the management account It's and here I can write. Okay. So enough for today. Let's meet for the participation. Bye.